Yo. How are we doing, people? Just crack everything. Yo, how are we doing? Oh shit. Gotta love that track though. Hey, how's it going, Lulu? We have. Wait, is this really just cracking that? Oh, oh, we're off to a great start. Oh. Hang on a sec. Something just happened with this. Oh, I'm glad we caught that now. That would have been not great. Oh, there we go. Yo. Okay, that's on now. Video check is good. Oh, shucks. Thanks, Krieg. Thank you. Alright. We are close to cracking 20k. Finally using your degrees of big boy job time for me. Hey, congratulations. How are we doing? We're trying out some different stuff with the angles and everything because I'm not really happy with it just sitting up on top of my camera or my monitor. That's how that works. Yo. Now some sessions going on. Yesterday I was like, all right, I'm not gonna stream. It's just gonna be birthday stuff. We're gonna do whatever. And it just so happened that yesterday I happened to have a lot of like big inspiration on a lot of things that we made a lot of strides. I have a couple of ideas actually for different quests. I also went and like randomly decided, I don't know, I was gonna apparently rake my yard for the first time in like 3 years. So now I've got like a giant blister over here. That's sorry, that's actually just the bandage. That's not literally an entire blister, but yeah. Just like, oh yeah, you know, I kind of fucked up my hand on my yard. God, that would be gnarly. Now, let's go over and talk about some shit, right? Some of the stuff that's in here, not been tested, not been really tweaked yet. As I said before, you know, we're in the, like, the system core is essentially done with Vagabond, right? Yeah, what up, kid? The system core is essentially done at this point. Right now, we're going through and looking for like accessibility tweaks, what is or is not going to make it in the final cut kind of things. One of the things that's going to get cut in 1.5 that I'll be talking about on here has to do with the expertise features that were just kind of coming bog standard on every expert. I'm going to be real here. I really did not like the fact that expertise was basically shoehorning in what every expert had to be if you were designing it. It felt kind of restrictive, and I just decided to get rid of it. Yeah. GM screen is confirmed. Correctus needs art and printing. Yes, I already have the manufacturer confirmed on that. We're just going to be trying to determine where we want to go with it. So, either way a GM screen is happening, it will be different art. And it's just that I don't have the ability to get a mock-up made right now. I have ideas for what I want to do with it, but we are going to go with something cool. I promise. The other side of that is going to be, we are going to do a line of GM screens when the money's right. So I want to be able to do multiple different GM screens for it. One of the things that's been really interesting, at least for me on this, has been, so the way that the crowdfunder is going, 19k. That's like, okay, that's good. Like, we can still get the book made and everything, right? The really, really interesting thing, though, has been this has gotten a lot of coverage from people with pretty substantial channels, like pretty substantial followings and everything like that. And the fun thing has been, these people aren't necessarily all going over to the crowdfunder. They're going over to the Land of the Blind store and just buying the PDF. So, yeah, that's been kind of sick. Is there any way you can see the past live streams? I have tried clipping them. I tried clipping out the copywritten content, all that good business. YouTube is still not happy with it. I'm trying to fix that. I promise. It is a thing that I'm trying to get back up and on board. It seems really dumb that it was just the intro to Spy Family that got the entire fucking stream claimed. I was like, okay, cool, we can trim it. And I go and try to trim it with YouTube's tools, and they're like, actually, nah. But we're working on that. It might be visible over on Twitch. Let me see here. Twitch.tv /Indestructoboy. I mean, if they wind up just nuking the Twitch channel, if they wind up just nuking the Twitch channel because of constant stuff going on with... Oh. What was that? Did you guys just see it like glitch super hard, or was that just on my end? Maybe just record it with separate audio channels and do a cleaned upload. I might do something like that, yeah. Muted, past broadcast. Okay, so it's just a portion of it is muted. There are portions of past broadcasts that are muted. Gotcha. Okay, so we can do this. Publish, yes, publish. So those will be visible over on Twitch. Is the whole audio muted? Yeah, but for the entire thing? If you accumulate 3 copyright strikes... Yeah. It's not a... I'm not going to try to appeal that. It's just the audio. I don't know. Okay, I can figure that out later. No glitch? Okay, really weird. Am I trying to recover VODs? Yeah, some people are asking for them. Here we go. Some people have been asking for them. The whole thing was, like... so, I was just playing music that it was like, well, if none of the VODs are going to be able to be monetized anyways, because, a happy day after you, thank you, Mom. None of the VODs are going to be monetized anyways, because I was like, they're copyright claiming video game music now, and I was like, well, fuck off now. Like, whatever. So I just decided, like, okay, screw it. I'm going to play music I wanted to play, and just not monetize, because I'm like, it's like, what, I'm collecting maybe $3 a stream, on, you know, without talking about anything that has to do with, like, super chats or whatever. So I was like, alright, cool. I'm just gonna, like, not monetize the streams, and, play the kind of music I wanted to play. And I'm just not gonna really worry about what happens with, like, you know, okay, they're gonna copyright claim the video, fine. They get those $3 or whatever. Well, now it's just turned into YouTube is, like, deactivating some of the streams. And they never have before. They never, like, privated any of the streams and just completely blocked them. So now I'm like, oh, okay. So it's not even a copyright claim anymore. It's just straight up like, oh no, nobody can see this. So yeah, it was like, the other day, I showed the intro to Spy Family, because we were talking about, like, different music for intros and whatever. I showed that intro, and it got that, like, 1 minute intro got the whole 8-hour stream. Yeah. You were worried this would happen when Nintendo shifted to animate. Nah, it's all good. It's just, it was only that one, though. I don't know why it was that one and not, like... I mean, we were talking about Cowboy Bebop or, like, other stuff, and, yeah. Anyways. Okay, so tying it back into this. I have 3 adventures in mind I'm currently working on. Or at least, like, I'm like, yes, I want to develop these out, right? I've got one of them you already know with Rook and the Crook. Rook and Crook. I'm just writing this stuff down. I have the Sky Maze thing. It looks more compelling with Sky Labyrinth. And the other one I have... Yes. I have another one that I feel is super incredibly fucking pulpy and very Dark Soulsian in a way. You gotta get Sly Floor, so shout out to Crowdfunder and his lazy RPG talk show. He's always missing indie dubs. I mean, here's my thing. I don't have the money to market. That's the thing. This has been the thing whenever people are like, hey, you gotta get this guy, or whatever. I'm like, it costs money. So, yeah, I just don't really have the cash to do something like that right now. And that's why Vagabond is sitting here at, you know, 20K. Had I thrown in, you know, the 50K plus I've seen other people throw in on their marketing, maybe it could have happened, right? But no, I'm more interested. If I got $50,000, I'd be more interested in putting that towards improving the game, and then letting the game speak for itself, not having people hype it up. That's where I'm at with it. If it means that this is a slower burn, cool. I would rather it be a slower burn and make the game as cool as possible on launch than it be a major hype machine. It's been the whole ethos going into all this stuff. Most I've spent on marketing throughout the entire campaign has been like, I think I agreed with GameFound that they could run some social media stuff for $1,000, and that's it. That's it. Am I planning to make a video, not a stream, about Vagabond on your channel while the funding is going? I've made videos about Vagabond. People aren't watching them. That's the thing. I know not everyone watches live streams, but that's the thing, is that people in the TTRPG scene are clicking on D&D content. They're like only clicking on the flash in the pan stuff like that, or D&D. So I've made videos on it. Other people have made videos on it. People aren't clicking on it. That's the problem. Like I put the work in. Yeah. Now as far as me releasing it during everything going on with the campaign, I mean, like, I guess I could do another one, but that's been another headache. Is just like, yeah, your video on Vagabond hero creation only got like 500 views so far. Yep. Whenever, this is the thing. It's not just a matter of like, it's not just a matter of whether or not videos are getting made on it. It's how many people are making videos on it all of a sudden, all at the same time, right? So this is why, like, if you look at what was happening with DC20, they timed everything out to where they spent a lot of money to try and get a lot of YouTubers talking about it, and had all those videos drop all around the same time. So it seemed like a flood and a surge of hype, right? That's the way that crowdfunders are marketed, you know. We're still working on experts today. Yeah, in a bit. Yeah, so like things like this get made, right? I look at like sagas from OKSDM, right? Dennis wrote a system and everything like that. Didn't have a shitload of money to spend on marketing, you know. I look at like what's happening with Loot by Spencer Campbell. By the way, Loot, like I mean, I don't know Spencer Campbell personally. I met him once at Gen Con last year. This is a guy who like just makes indie shit all the time, and he just dropped another Kickstarter. He has had several successful Kickstarters up to this point. He's the guy that made Rune. Rune was like really impactful in inspiring a lot of stuff going on with Vagabond. I'm just gonna let you guys know, this is what Kickstarters typically look like for TTRPGs. This is what crowdfunders typically look like. The big crazy marketing push and flash in the pan on like, you know, $1 million+ Kickstarter. This is not coming from a place of like indie or anything like that. Okay, it's just letting you guys know the reality of it. Most stuff in the TTRPG scene, this is what it funds for. You know, Spencer Campbell. I own 4 of this guy's games, right? So like in the indie TTRPG scene, this is the usual climb right here. Sagas is about to drop a final release. Layout's done. Waiting on the artist. I think when he has something planned to boost when it drops. Yeah. Like, you can spend a lot of money on doing the marketing, right? Or you get the product done and then let the product sell itself, which is like what most people try to do with Kickstarters. Not make all your money off the one big flash in the pan and then go fuck off to an island for the rest of your life, you know? Crowdfunders have a major survivorship bias? How so? How do you mean? Because I'm interested to hear what you think there. Okay, here you go. Greg Leatherman. Mystery business. Oh yeah, it's already purchasable. Where's the campaign though? Oh, did he? Okay, yeah, here you go. Greg Leatherman did mystery business. Okay. This is a Scooby-Doo like family-friendly TTRPG, you know. Look, 275 backers pledged, $11,666 to make this bring this project to life. This is what's typical for TTRPGs. Now, whenever you have a big marketing push and you're able to get your thing featured on the biggest channels, or you already have a substantial YouTube following, or what the hell ever we want to say, that's where we're starting to look at like, oh, okay, well, this person could probably pull that or whatever. It's all dependent, right? As far as like, I'm telling you all right now, if the way that you're looking at it is like, Taron, because you didn't make a guide to Vagabond, this isn't going to make $1 million. That's not the way that this works. Okay. Indie TTRPGs are not kicked down the door big, kind of fucking big productions like that. What happened with Shadow Dark is that is an anomaly. That is crazy huge. For a designer's first outing for a game system to be that massive is a big deal. Kelsey spent years building up the rep in the OSR with a lot more of the old school gamers. Going to conventions, demoing Shadow Dark, all that stuff, so that whenever the game was ready to come out, I think she said in total she spent all of like $400 in marketing. And it was just that other people had already played the game and they wanted to talk about it. Like, it was not a... Shadow Dark was propped up by multiple years of in-person playtests and demos. Yep. And what's going on with DC-20? That was a hugely over-bloated marketing budget. That was massively over-bloated. If they make a great game at the end of it, like, good on them and everything. But, like, I would hate to be in that position. There's a lot of things that I think there's projects that are getting sold on hype that I'm worried about the final production of it, what it would actually do. This is as like an inverse to show, by the way, I'm going to give even more fucking credit to Darrington Press here. You guys know that Daggerheart is releasing? They're not doing a crowdfunder? Here. Yeah, look at this. They're not doing a crowdfunder. Honestly, okay. No crowdfunding campaign. No nothing. They had the game. They got it ready to drop. They know that they're making the money to where they can just release it. They can just do the thing. Yeah, mad respect for people for just releasing something. Yeah, it's not a worry. Like, if people wanted to pre-order it, here you go. You can pre-order it right now. I'm curious what's in the pre-orders, though. Is it it's like my region here. One sec. No, Daggerheart's just gonna drop. They're just like, okay, yep, you can order it. Yep. Now, Critical Role has the overhead to do this, They have the overhead to do this. So, the core set, right? So you can get the cards in a box with the book for $60. Guys, that's crazy good. Like, I mean, just talking about in terms of print production from everything I've been seeing in the TTRPG industry, the cards on top of getting the book as well, it says it's the final product art coming soon. Yeah. That's crazy cool. Good on them for doing that. The limited edition set was extra art, never be made again. So there's a little bit of FOMO in there, but hey, you know what? Like, we're working on it, You would enjoy a vid comparing the playtest of the final release of Daggerheart. From my understanding, it's essentially a lot of it's very similar. They kind of stayed the same from what we originally saw in the playtest and everything. For me personally, here's my deal and why I haven't covered Daggerheart. Okay, I've had people asking about this a lot. I would not enjoy this game. That does not mean that it is a bad game, right? Let me tell you right now why I know I would not enjoy this game. I don't like the dramaturgy side of the TTRPG hobby, okay? I don't like this. I just don't feel comfortable doing the whole thing of like, I'm going to make a character that has this kind of backstory and trauma, and then like, we're going to get very deep into the narrative side of the game. I like just hitting shit with sticks, throwing out spells. That's why I'm making Vagabond the way that I'm making it, right? Daggerheart feels a bit more of like trying to find like the middle ground of the more narrative like TTRPGs. I haven't heard anybody really tell me that combat felt great. That's the thing. If I'm asking about combat and people are just giving me explanations of it, I'm like, okay, but was it interesting and exciting? and people are like, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, so you explain the system. Can you tell me, did it feel good to play it? And then people aren't really saying yes or no. And that's where I'm like, okay, so I don't know what to say there. Yeah. This meeting, having this, yeah, that's the thing. Here's the big deal, right? I'm very happy that this exists because there are people who this will tailor to. And by the way, this will probably fuck harder for a lot of the crowd that's really into the critical role like dramaturgy than D&D 2024 will. This will probably fuck harder for them. Yeah. A lot of stuff that's going on with it, with like the fear and the hope die, yada, I mean, it's very purple. Okay, I mean, even the fucking box is very. If I was to say the tone of what it feels like Daggerheart will be, you're looking at the color right here. That like, what is that? Lilac, periwinkle, maybe. It feels very. It, I don't want to say theater kid energy. That feels, yeah. It's going for more of the narrative side of it, and I'm just not really into that. You know, I don't think it's going to be my definitive game, and that's fine. I like the idea that there's options. You know, Vampire the Masquerade is not my preferred game. Cult Divinity Lost is not my preferred game. You know, it's just there's options out there. Okay, so this is an option that will tailor to some people, and I really like the fact that people are going to be given options. As a purple girl, I take offense to that. Hey, you know what? I'm dating a purple girl. All right, so there you go. There's nothing wrong with us having these kinds of options, and the problem right now is that people are looking for a winner. Okay, one of the things back last year, I was approached about helping out and designing on DC20. Okay, I said my vision for a TTRPG and what I wanted to make was probably not going to align with what was going on with DC20. Okay, and I was like, hey, appreciate it. I'm good. I've got my other ideas. I want to kind of go over here and do this. There was another creator who I was talking with about that afterwards, who told me that they would have rather have seen more YouTubers rally behind one system. And I was like, okay, I just disagree with that. It would have made making content a lot easier for maybe this person, right? To have like, okay, here's the one system that we're all going to talk about now. And maybe that would have been, but like, I like having the diversity of choice now. And yeah. The whole thing with generative AI products at the storefront, it's like, I am kind of at the point right now with it where I'm like, that's going to be what that's going to be. I like the fact that there are other products that are out there, right? I like the fact that there are options, you know. For me, I liked making a game with Vagabond that was like, I mean, like, you know, Megahertz just said chewy, right? So like with what all's going on with Vagabond, I just wanted to have fun combat. I wanted to have like support for the basics of TTRPG play, but I also wanted to like the way I kind of explained this the other day, because I was talking about this with Amanda. The way that I want to kind of convey what Vagabond is to people is like, imagine if Wizards of the Coast did not buy D&D. Okay, imagine that TSR like kind of hit and survived like the 90s and 2000s and actually brought people onto the team that were like, yo, we've got to make this to where more normies know what the fuck is going on. I like to look at this as if like Basic Expert and like Beck Me had been given a chance to thrive, and D&D wasn't trying to compete with World of Warcraft for the air in the room. Does that make sense? I tried to pull this back to where it's a TTRPG that knew it wanted to stay a TTRPG, and not feel like it had to gamify everything about a TTRPG in order to get played. Does that kind of make sense, right? I'm kind of at a point with it where I wanted Vagabond to embrace the fact that this is a TTRPG. This is why I like a lot more of what's going on with the OSR, right? It was not going in a good direction. Well, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, like, okay. So think about like BECME and like Basic Expert, right? If D&D was more trying to just remain a tabletop game and not compete with like World of Warcraft, right? Not try to take so much of video gaminess, and incorporate it into being more of a simulationist game. That's where I'm going with it, right? So I tried to make a game that was as practically focused on making the tabletop experience better. This is for everyone at the table. I really wanted to make a game that was making it to where the GM could basically just focus on being a game master and not making the engine run smoother, right? I wanted to make a game that would, this has been the tagline for it, run itself. This is why there's things in the game like monsters don't make attack rolls. Monsters aren't making checks. I don't think it's interesting at all. I'm just going to go right back up here and kind of explain this real quick. For those of you that haven't seen the preamble of Vagabond yet. If you really want my sales pitch, here is my fucking sales pitch. Basically from here forward is everything. Here into here is where I'm like, this is the big sales pitch. So there's 40 all in here. I'll go through this real quick. Thwart the villains. Pulp fantasy stories are about the success and failures of heroes, not the enemies. A story isn't made more interesting if a villain's plans don't work simply because they failed a check. Vagabond doesn't gamify social interactions. That's handled by roleplay at your table. This system is built for quick combat and engaging exploration. You have tools at your disposal to think of alternatives to violence, but don't be sword shy. Feel free to stab the bad guy with the pointy end. I think too much of D&D YouTube, D&D discourse, really, this has been everywhere in the last 10 years, has been so focused on, like, wait, you don't have to, like, end things with violence. There's other means to the end of it and everything. And I'm like, okay, whenever that is dictating the way that a lot of adventures start getting designed, it's boring as fuck. The wider majority of TTRPG players want to just hit shit, stab shit, get loot, raid dungeons. I'm not trying to lose the sight of where 99% of people are for it. Parlay is a thing for social interaction. Yeah, but that's mostly in the middle of combat, right? That is a thing that has an impact on combat. That's not to say you can't do social interaction with Vagabond. It's just that I focused on doing the interesting combat and engaging exploration because I think that tables that want to do that roleplay can do that whether or not the combat is good or bad, right? So why not make the combat good instead of focusing so much on making social interactions extremely deep and interesting? And it's so blah, I was talking earlier, I don't really like the huge dramaturgy of the critical role kind of systems, or whatever you want to say, right? I clock out on a lot of actual plays the moment people start, like, I don't know, getting into this, like, theater kid energy, okay? If people like it, people like it. For me, it makes me uncomfortable, okay? That's where I'm at with that, So, yeah, if you can organize a game, you can do your own social interactions. Yep, there you go. Further, wait, what's my point? You just don't like social mechanics personally, or what? Yeah, I feel like they get in the way more often than not, and they make it to where people don't roleplay. They try to look at their character sheet, and they're like, I can roll this right here, I can roll deception, and get my way in this instead. And that feels weird to me. That feels more like you're manipulating the social aspect of it, and in a way, it's not even really like communicating with people. People are more than the numbers that are on a character sheet. That's the way to go. Okay, further. Combat and exploration are intended to seamlessly flow between each other. Those of you that have played Vagabond already in the chat can contest to this. Combat and exploration, there's no loading screen. The initiative and everything like that, the way that we do combat in this game is quick. It is a part of play, right? Yeah, it does feel very Mass Effect-y. Yeah, I really don't like the way that some video games, like, kind of. There's a thing called Tetris syndrome. Have you all ever heard of this? The Tetris syndrome or Tetris phenomenon? Um, the Tetris phenomenon kind of goes like this. All of us have been playing a video game where, like, suddenly we realize after we've been playing that video game for a while, we start thinking about that video game, or we start thinking about reality in the same sense of how we play that video game. Here's an example. The reason why they call it the Tetris phenomenon is because there are people who will start, after they played a lot of Tetris, were reporting that they were thinking about putting things in spaces in the same way they were thinking about tetrominos, right? So they were like, as they were packing their car to move it or something, they're thinking about how to pack things in and literally thinking about Tetris in their heads. There are people who were talking about, yeah, that happens to you all the time. Yeah, people who have played a lot of Pac-Man that actually get paranoid walking through hallways because they feel like, oh, I'm going to turn around and just whatever, right? I remember I got it whenever I was playing Skyrim a lot because I would start to think of like, oh, looking at I would start to look at like a plant or something on the ground, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I could like pick out what what the stats of that thing would be. It's weird, okay? But yeah, not just video games, Sudoku puzzles, logic puzzles, anything that makes you focus on thought patterns in a certain way. Yeah, this is a real phenomenon that we've studied, and so Tetris syndrome. I think that what has kind of happened, and this is no psychology here, okay? No psychologist whatsoever, okay? I just think that there's games, maybe like certain RPGs. I think Mass Effect is the one that people tend to think of, where like you think that you've been given dialogue options, and those dialogue options that you're given, I think make people tend to think that they have a dialogue wheel in certain discussions with people, right? That whenever I'm talking with people, there is a wrong and a right answer, a wrong and a right thing I could say right here, right? And sometimes there are, but like if you're trying to think of how you could accumulate more social points or whatever, this is where we're talking about, oh, okay, video games are affecting the way that I socialize, right? I don't like that. There is a really funny quote from Gravity Falls I mention all the time around here, right? It sounds like the reason you don't like social mechanics because they get in the way of roleplay rather because you dislike characters that want non-combat solutions to the problem. Yes, 100% correct. Yes, Titania. Yes. So there's a really, really great quote from Gravity Falls, and there's the D&D episode, and in this D&D episode, Stan Pine says, what was it? Only nerds would invent a game where charisma is a superpower. I'm like, oh, that's so right. That's so right. Okay. I love that idea. I love that mentality where I was like, yeah, you know what? Look, this could really use a touch from people who are used to socializing. Okay. If you're going to be making social checks in a game, maybe the reason why social checks haven't really felt super great is because we keep trying to gamify social checks when they're a lot more complicated than gamification in a way. One of the best things you can do, honestly, if you're feeling like I'm not great at socializing or whatever, take note of whether or not you think in a social situation you are trying to get a win. Okay. If you start trying to approach just normal, like, hey, talking to people, and you're not legitimately interested in what they have to say, and you're just sort of like, okay, I think that you're really pretty. I would really like to like maybe take you on a date. Maybe this is what I'm thinking in my mind. So in order for me to do this though, I have to make it through this dialogue and make sure that I say the right things to you. Okay, if you're thinking about it like that, congratulations. You've had your mind a little bit fucked up by how video games gamify social interactions. Yeah, social interactions are not a pass or fail. Yeah, exactly. It's the kind of thing that I think is a bit too complex to really pin down to TTRPG mechanics. And I personally just don't like doing it. I don't like it. It might give me an easy in for like how somebody will potentially negotiate a thing like this or whatever. But especially whenever I'm talking about doing this in a game that can do solo or co-op, right? Yeah, Stardew Valley told me I can get dates by getting shiny rocks. Yeah. Um, Whenever I'm doing a game that's supposed to be run solo, co-op, or guided like traditionally, I I'm just like, look, if that's the thing that you and your table want to do, there you go. But for me, I would like to make sure that the combat is interesting, the exploration is interesting, this stuff is seamless in and of each other. And then if people really want to go in on that side of it, I'll let them take that. But for the most part, this is going to be handled by what's in the adventure, right? Um, my, if I'm remembering right, yeah, if we start going back to like, I mean, old school BX stuff, charisma is in here, but it's mostly about like your like count of hirelings, and like that's it. It wasn't really like a major social thing. I think some people were probably running it like that, but they had mechanics in there that weren't necessarily dictated by this is how good you are socially. This is like what is your command, your leadership, right? Um, yeah, yeah, sometimes you could use it to buy stuff cheaper. Maybe that's the idea, right? But that doesn't really feel great in a TTRPG. Yeah, so anyways, kind of moving on from there. The intention is that combat should be moments of confrontation rather than milking dramatic tension out of every action. Combats will be short. Enemies, particularly minions, may die in a single blow. Boss fights may be entirely thwarted by smart planning on the hero's part. That's the intent. As such, it is the heroes who must prove their attempts at thwarting the villain's plan succeed. Enemies do not roll for their attacks, defenses, and checks because they are assumed to succeed unless the heroes intervene. This is just the way it's assumed to work, and trust me when I say this has been fucking great. Like, I have loved the way that Vagabond has felt. I have loved running it this way. I am looking around for more content to keep running with the system because I fucking love it this much. It goes beyond just the thing of saying, like, yeah, it's fun to play. No, I'm going to let you game masters know out there. This is fucking fun to run. This is really fun to write shit for. I am really bad about hyping myself up. One of the things I'm going to say is I wrote a really fucking good system here for GMs. So if you're looking around for a system that takes the mental load off of you and gets you excited to run again, please check out Vagabond. I promise you what we've done here is something different. Okay? This is something different, and it's going to be, once you pick this up, once you've run a system, or once you've run an adventure with it, I think you're really going to see what all I mean by this. And I think for the game masters out there, you're going to have fun running this because this lets you just run the world. To just run the thing you want to do. Solo play is why I'm hyped for this. I am trying to make even more solo play material available, and I'm going to be hiring. Eventually, the dream is there's 3 groups of people that I know that write solo material that I would like to hire on to make books for it. More RPGs that adopt this mentality. It's hard though, because I think here's the thing right now. Okay, some people are not going to like what I'm about to say here, but it has to be said. Okay. Game design requires experience, it requires research, and it requires study. Just because people like what you have to say on YouTube does not make you a game designer. Okay. If you're hiring a group of people on, okay, that's all, you do you. But I don't think that there's enough focus on the practicality of this hobby. I don't think that enough people are focusing on, okay, if we can make this thing that like absolutely cleans up everything about like, let me think here, lockpicking mini games. Okay, by the way, I know of like 3 creators who I highly respect, think that they're great people who have written lockpicking supplements. Okay, this is not a call out or anything like that. This is just my take on it. Okay, this mostly comes from a lot of people who play Skyrim and think that lockpicking isn't interesting unless it's the exact same feeling of picking locks from Skyrim or Fallout. Okay. So they're wanting something called a magic crayon. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. A magic crayon is a term in game design. Yeah, someone in my chat brought this up last year, and I really love talking about this. Okay. Skyrim lock picking game. Okay, so this is just gonna be here. Oh shit. Let me just bring up the game real quick. Okay. I know I don't really super need to explain this, but for the sake of this video, I'm gonna explain it real quick. Alright. The lockpicking game, the way that this works, your right stick controls this one right here. Your left stick controls this one right here, right? Is it? And then whenever you rotate it, you rotate the right one, right? This is why it's displayed this way. What your goal is with the lockpicking game with Skyrim and with Fallout is to make sure that this top part, this pick right here, is put in the right spot to where this over here, whenever it turns, the tumbler will unlock, right? All you're trying to do is just put this in the right spot to where this will work. However, this is really good at feel in the game for like, okay, I feel like I'm a lock picker. This feels really cool. However, what this is really bad about is the frustration of you breaking lock picks in a TTRPG and feeling like, oh, okay, I just don't really feel like a rogue, right? Let me show you guys real quick. There is a, I brought this guy up a lot. This is what I think. If you guys think that that's what it feels like to be a rogue, I'm going to show you guys what it feels like to be a rogue. What actual lockpicking is like, not in fantasy, okay? Here you go. I brought this video up probably a dozen times in the stream so far. Oh, hang on. Okay. This is what actual lockpicking is like.
If you're a magician or you're at a party and you're trying to impress your friends, these locks are a must-have. What you just saw was the Master Lock 605 and 607 shutter locks, but this is the Model 606, and we're gonna have to do something a little bit different.
Is that one better?
Oh, heavens no. I just don't get paid unless this video goes over a minute. For this one, I went ahead and cut a happy little circle out in the side of the packaging. This is important for what I'm about to do next. Using a slightly above average standard medium hook, we're gonna use a technique called the poke.
Okay.
Do it.
What?
Do the thing.
You are using a Master Lock Model 606. It can be opened with a Master Lock Model 606.
Please tell me why that should take any more than a single fucking die roll. Because it's not that hard. Once you know a little bit about lockpicking, you'll understand why the shit locks are nothing more than a please stay away sign. Okay? Locks, for those of you guys that have felt really comfy and secure in your homes and everything, I'm going to tell you right now, locks are nothing more than basically a like, hey, please don't mess with me kind of a thing. Yeah, you can open most locks with a soda and a piece of a soda can. Yep, you slide that in between right there at the top. Yeah. I'll show you guys some other shit, okay? Used to pop up locks in my grandma's house with a defuzz Q-tip. Yep, guys, I'm telling you right now, if you think that the Skyrim lockpicking game is the thing that you need to emulate, you haven't looked anywhere beyond like lockpicking in that one game, right? So that cannot be your only basis for how we're building things like rogues. Let's take a look. Let me see here. This guy's shorts are fucking great. By the way, this is McNally official. Please go sub, because if you're even slightly interested in stuff like this is what. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. This is why real world research is super important. Okay, this guy's also, he's really into throwing knives and things like that. Why locks slap open?
No way. Doesn't fucking work. It doesn't.
It depends. Most padlocks have either ball bearings or a spring shackle catch. The spring shackle catch is usually in the form of two sliding bolts that are pulled inward with normal operation. However, because springs spring, they are vulnerable to kinetic attacks. The two-hammer technique works when both sliding bolts are simultaneously dislodged to free the shackle. In some cases, it is possible to dislodge both sliding bolts with one strike on one side. Another method is to strike alternating sides while pulling on the shackle.
He punched it open. And this is not this is the other thing to this, okay? Also, please remember these are master locks. These are modern created locks, okay? This is not the jail sale little funny looking cartoon I stick a bobby pin in and yeah, whatever, right? What you're hearing is pugilist should be the master lock picker. Honestly, if the pugilist wants to go up and punch a lock and they open, cool. Like that's it. That's what you do, right? There's too many times where video games, I get it. There's a mini game that people thought this would be really cool to do with this, right? Rogue should use the strength set. Whenever it comes to lockpicking like this, guys, we've overcomplicated it. We have absolutely overcomplicated it in video games, okay? And this is bled over in the TTRPGs after Fallout. Let's take a look at here.
I made for Covert Instruments featuring our new ergo combs. In the video, I explained comb picking and include a cutaway showing exactly how it works. Not every lock is vulnerable to comb picking, but the ones that are, it's like having a master key to every single one of them that exists. In a video game, if a bug or hack is discovered, most game developers will try to find a solution to fix it as fast as they can. These companies have known about comb picking for nearly a century, and although the fix is simple and these locks shouldn't exist, they are still some of the most commonly used locks today. This comment is
straight out of the packaging. Straight out of the packaging. You tell me if this motherfucking gadget right here, this little Swiss Army knife of like comb picks and everything, if you're a rogue and you're not traveling around with one of these things because you realize this is just like a key way that we can bust open most locks.
Exist. They are still some of the most commonly used locks today. Look, that's it. That's it. Guys, locks are not that complicated. And it's funny that we're like, okay, well, this is a thing I'd like to do. You know, where I'm like, this is a thing I'd like to do as a character. I want to bust in locks. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember when Jake and Adventure Time were saying to open a lock. Yeah. The packaging is harder to break into. Yeah. Like, this is the whole deal, okay? If you come up with like a lockpicking mini game for your game because you think it really needs one because you were a really big fan of Skyrim and you thought that was super interesting and you think they're yada, right? In the real world, lockpicking is not that hard, okay? It is a skill that you build up, right? But especially if I'm playing a rogue and I have to engage with another little part of the mini game instead of just saying, I'm going to pick this open, you guys give me like a minute here, okay? And like maybe you do a random encounter where it's like, okay, so he's going to do this. We're going to see if a random encounter occurs. Roll a 1 on the d6, okay? Ooh, no. Hey, we're good. Okay, he got the door open. Cool. More often than not, this is gonna upset some adventure writers now. More often than not, the reason why people throw in locks is because they're trying to bottleneck players to go down a particular path because their dungeon design is weak. Ooh. Yep, TTRPGs needless mini games. Yep. You will feel a lot better once you start looking at how you can just like, I'm not saying never use a locked door, by the way, but if you think that the way that you can dictate how the players are going to progress through a dungeon, especially in a TTRPG, you're wrong. Okay, you're not. You are still trying to stick to the way that dungeons are designed in Zelda, not the way that they should be designed for TTRPGs. You need to stop thinking about dungeon design as if it is whenever I say a railroad, I literally mean that. Like, you have to go down this one particular path to get into the place to do the thing. Dungeons are infinitely more interesting if you just let them go where the fuck ever in it and just do the thing. You're gonna find that like, oh, okay, well, there's a mini boss over here. Well, why is there one little boss over here? Why not make it more interesting and have the factions play out, right? Oh, okay, well, there's a faction over here. There's a faction over here. And these guys have a mini boss. These guys have a mini boss. Oh, okay, sweet. There's a bit of there's an objective over here they could go get by negotiating with these people. There's an objective over here that they could go get with these people or whatever. This is, guys, the most legendary dungeons that people remember throughout time. This is the kind of things that they do. Okay, this is, if you look at
I keep bringing this one up, but it really is a great example. It's one of my favorite dungeons ever. White Plume Mountain. White Plume Mountain. PDF. Okay. In White Plume Mountain, I own it. I have it right here. I just need to bring it up as a PDF on screen. So anybody who's going to get upset that I'm showing a PDF on screen, I don't know. Go do something better with your time. Now, White Plume Mountain. I love this dungeon a whole lot. Okay, I think that this is a fucking fantastic dungeon. I bring it up all the time because it is, in my opinion, probably the strongest dungeon that they made during the TSR era. Just, my take. If someone disagrees with me and wants to make a video response to that, cool, do it to it. I personally try to find something better to do with your time. Now, here's where you enter the dungeon right here. Boom. Go up in front right here. Okay. Right here, what do you know? And by the way, I'm going to spoil this dungeon. I can give you a real brief thing on how to run this real quick. I'm also building a system-neutral version of this that cleans up the wording and makes it easier to run because Wizards of the Coast can't seem to write fucking comprehensible text. So, whenever you're going through in here, right here, what happens at this little section here, you hit an invisible wall, there's a Sphinx. Gives you a really simple riddle. Okay. Once you get past the Sphinx, you can either go north, west, or east. Okay. If you go up to the north, there's a big Kelpie den right here where they're going to try to get you to go into the water and do the Kelpie thing of drowning you and whatever. You might, if you just run forward through here, you're not going to be able to see, oh, this is actually deep. That's the little trick in here. Okay. Now, there's also a little hidden corridor in here where you can actually drain most of this stuff in this area. It's pretty interesting that they have that interaction right there. That's an interesting interaction, not this whole idea of like, I'm going to make a crazy convoluted puzzle that they have to figure out the answer to. They have that riddle right here, but like, who cares about the riddles? It's whatever. Now, with this, they have an interaction here that actually impacts the whole look and vibe of the dungeon. That's super sick. It's a really interesting little idea. They could potentially drain out all the water that is flooding this area, like all through in here. Pretty cool. Now, if they go even further to the north, there's a sluice gate. These sluice gates keep water in from this area over here in case it were to flood, because there's a big giant bubble in the middle of a boiling lake, and a giant crab is defending I think it's a trident that's in the center of this right here. Cool, sick. This is super crazy fantasy shit right here. Awesome. If they pop the bubble, there is a small chance that they might just be able to get ejected out of here if they've taken proper countermeasures. But in all reality, if they pop the bubble, they're dead. They're going to get boiled alive. They do everything they can to give you like, hey, here's the warning, here's the warning, here's the warning. If you decide to go on ahead and do this, like the crab that's in here is even trained, don't pop the bubble. Okay. If they still go through and do this and pop the bubble, what the fuck else are they expecting? Okay. That's the way you do a TPK right there. It's like they made a really bad choice. Now, in the other way over here, there's a small faction where there's an enchantress and one of her simps that are over here. And there's a little engagement right there. That's about it for the north sector. Okay. Over here, while we have this up, if they go over to the east, first thing that they'll encounter, there's a patch of green slime right here that's indicated on the map. Yeah, don't push the big red button. There's a patch of green slime as indicated right on the map. Going up even further, they could go either north or they can go south. If they go south, there's a room full of like what looks like disco silver orbs up in the air. And they learn by playing Pinata, they could potentially get a key. This key, if they go look behind them, they'll notice that the door that was here is now sealed shut. They can get this key to open that up, but there's also other treasure that's in here as well. If they go up north, this room is full of a bunch of golems that each have a number that's on them. There's a small riddle in here. It's pretty doofy. I don't get why the riddle is happening in here. Whatever. It's here. 6. This is the one thing I have cut from the version of the dungeon I'm doing. This turnstile serves no purpose whatsoever. I don't get why this is here. Literally in all the descriptions, it has no mechanical function. What the fuck ever. I personally got rid of it. Okay. Going into here. This is a really cool room. I've talked about this room probably 4 or 5 times in all the time that I've been streaming. This is the geysers and chains room that I used in 5e to test whether or not certain movement speed traits would be probably kind of problematic. Okay. This is a very cool interaction in here. Very big danger, kind of high fantasy, Indiana Jones shit in this room. I love it. Keep it. Yes. Awesome. They make it through this room. They wind up going into a chamber where there's a vampire. This vampire has been told to guard a sword. I think this is where they get Black Razor. And Black Razor can be found in here. That, or I have it backwards, and this is Whelm, where there's a hammer in here. It might actually be Whelm. But, so, the vampire's in here. They can fuck up the vampire, get this stuff, keep moving on, okay? Now, back the other direction. This is where I think a lot of the crazy funhouse shit happens with this dungeon right here. There was already a lot of bonkers shit, but God, this is still really cool. Okay, so right up here, 18, there's a 10-foot trap. The way that they can see this coming is, number one, if they fall into it, it's a 10-foot pit, and they're in the water. So, like, yeah, what dungeon are we looking at? White Plume Mountain. It's a 10-foot, so they're, like, swimming around for a second. You know, okay, let them get out, right? If it's drained, this is where the pit actually comes into play, right? So they move forward from here. Sector 19. This whole hallway, there are copper plates on either side of the hallway, okay? So the further and further you go in, what you wind up finding out is anybody that's wearing or has metal equipped, that metal is getting superheated. The copper is actually conductive, and the only way that they can make it through here without taking a shitload of damage is to take off their armor, okay? If they're wearing heavy armor, whatever. Now, the fun thing with this is, I guess the fun thing, the trap here is supposed to be whenever they make it here to the end, whatever way that they've thought about to like get the armor off and do whatever, once they get here, a bunch of ghouls are here waiting in ambush. So if they took the easy solution of, we're going to take off our armor, boom, they wind up here and they get ambushed. If they don't, and they just decide to run through here, or maybe they have a ring of fire protection, they make it through, they have the equipment ready to go for this encounter that comes up, okay? Cool. Some people might think that that's a dirty little trick right there. It's whatever. This room right here, if you have previously run White Plume Mountain, I'm super curious in the chat what you think about this one. I think of all the rooms in the dungeon, this is probably the most confusing. Room 22 is interesting, but I don't think it's really well written in any way I've ever seen it so far. What this room is, I think they call it like the frictionless room. Basically, all the surfaces in here, you can't just walk on it. Everything's going to make you slip and slide and do whatever. In this module, they make it to where, like, if you walk in here, you just slip and you bounce around wherever the DM decides to send you. And in these pits right here, those A pits right there, those pits drop you down into a pit of rusty blades where you get what they call super tetanus. And you just die really quick to super tetanus, which is like, what? They also do this really bad thing in here where, like, I hate whenever they do this. Yeah, it's a zero friction room. Thank you, Dr. Dirty Red. Yeah, you have a good day too. So what I don't like in this is, like, one of the things that they do is one of the worst things I think that you can do as a dungeon writer. Okay, yeah, stronger than regular tetanus. They keep making these arbitrary rules in this room, or like in whatever dungeon room, where they say magic doesn't work in here. Okay, so one of the easiest things that you can do as a player that you're thinking of doing is casting Fly in order to make it through this dungeon. Okay, that's not clever. It's not interesting just to say that there's anti-magic in here that prevents them from doing the thing. That's not, no. Whatever dungeon writer is thinking that, like, aha, I have thought about that ahead of time. No, I'm sorry, you're a shitty designer, okay? That is a bad way to be writing dungeons, okay? What is the best thing you can do? Here's what I would recommend. If you're going through this section right in here, one of the things that I would try to recommend is, like, tying off a rope. You tie off a rope out into here, maybe try to, like, figure out a way to get it across the room in some way, or like, you hold on to the rope and that gives you a little bit of stabilization, and you just keep slowly unraveling more and more as you go through the room walking backwards, right? So like you slam it in this door or something, you secure it somewhere, and then you just keep holding onto the rope for stability and allowing yourself to like kind of get eased back. Once you hit a pit, you jump off of that, give yourself some more slack, and land on that next one, and then just keep constantly letting it loose. You know what I mean? Like, that might be a thing. I think one of the things that they recommend is that you can rappel across the room, which is like not interesting at all either. You know, if they have magic that allows them to subvert this, let them use their fucking toys. Let them use their toys, okay? If your room gets subverted by them spending a spell slot, that is not like a failure of the players for thinking of that, okay? Smarter dungeon design is going to not try to bottleneck you into rooms like this. This is, in my opinion, the worst room of White Plume Mountain. Everything else is super fun and interesting, but in terms of like how this room is conveyed, they have never done a good job of explaining how the fuck this room is supposed to operate. Ever. There's also a secret little chamber back in here that you could get to, right? 25 is just a hallway, but it can go either north, south, or there's a potential little secret chamber in here, right? Yeah, it's still a resource that they're using up. I'll start by going north first because the other way is much more interesting, I think, but like this is still really cool. In this chamber, they'll see that there's a bunch of canoes, and what's really interesting is that there's a stream that is rushing through that it's not actually on the ground, it's suspended in the air. So there's a stream that is like floating there in the middle of the room that goes all the way through, leads out in this direction, and throws them out over here in this chamber. Now, once they get over to this chamber, there's just randomly a bunch of veterans that are here that are like, oh man, stop these guys right here. And it's like, the fuck are these dudes doing here? You know, that's sort of odd, but yeah. How do you deal with with flying in dungeons aside from the challenge? If flying is the thing that is able to completely subvert the dungeon that you've written, then like, yeah. Way too many people in the modern TTRPG industry, or modern TTRPG scene, feel this incredible anxiety of this need to micromanage everything about a game that's going on. You as a GM should be more fucking hands off than anybody else at the table. You're just like, okay, yeah, this is the situation that's going on. If you're thinking beyond like, okay, so how did they solve it? Oh, okay, cool. That's what they did. All right, we're going to move on. Don't put this weird fucking bizarre pressure on yourself to like, oh, well, if they subverted this with this thing over here instead of this thing over here, they're running it the wrong way. That is not the way that you should be GMing at all. I don't know where this kind of like odd mindset really came from, and this odd pressure to like, I don't know, these challenges are not interesting enough and it's not doing its thing properly unless, whatever. Yeah, don't just back off and like let it be like, okay, well, here's the challenge that was here. Oh, okay, well, the players got through it by blowing a 3rd level spell slot. Okay, so we're going to move on, right? We go on and do the thing. What I have found, though, here's a really funny thing. If players find out that like a challenge is like too easy, or they're like, well, okay, well, we blew that thing, we're going to go through, right? Maybe that was like underwhelming. Okay, now, if they think that that's underwhelming, I'm going to tell you a little psychological fucking thing that's going to happen that you don't have to do shit about here, okay? Let's talk about this room right here again real quick, because like we basically explained this right here. This room right here, if they just go, we can just fly over this. Oh, okay, cool. So they pop that, they go over, get into this door right here. There will be one player over here that is going to do something very fucking funny, and you don't have to do shit to make this happen, okay? That player, once they start going a little bit further in, is going to be thinking, that room was too easy. What? There has to be something else in there. We missed something. And they're going to want to go back. And then they're going to start poking shit. This room will eventually serve a purpose. If they pop the fly spell and get over here anyways, and you would just allow that to happen, oh, okay, cool. There you go. The complexity of what was going on in that room is going to make at least one of these players go, guys, we're missing something. There's something in that room. We got to go back. That's good. Let that happen. Let that shit happen. All right? I promise you it will. If you have players that are just beelining it through and they're like, huh, well, there was really nothing in that room, huh? Be like, yeah, I don't know, man. Don't ever tell them any of your secrets afterwards, okay? This is a secret for you and the dungeon writer, right? If they go through and they start poking the stick, all right, cool. Me, I'm that player, yeah. If they go through and they start finding that shit, cool. All right, like they start finding it. But you as a dungeon master, they have given you a lot of different rooms in here. There's 27 rooms in here. And in this situation, it's their job to go in, find 3 relics, and get the fuck out. So in this other room right here, this is one of the most cinematically crazy rooms in just about any dungeon I've ever seen. This is the fucking crazy menagerie. Hang on, let me see if someone's actually drawn this. Room 26, White Plume Mountain. There is a... Oh, shit. Go back here. Okay, so there's got to be a couple different... yeah, okay, yeah. Couple different depictions because this room is pretty famous. Okay. This is the terrarium room. Yeah. So what's going on in here is whenever they walk in, there is a series of tiered terrariums where, like, in the top part of this, in A, there are several giant crayfish in an aquarium that, like, stretches out like 40 feet and like 40 feet long, 35 feet wide, another 4, whatever. And the floor below that, you see a bunch of giant scorpions going out like 30 feet and then, 20 feet, however the dimensions on that work, right? Below that one, you see a bunch of sea lions, like the the D&D sea lions, in another terrarium that's even smaller than that one. And then the bottom are manticores, who I think they've had their wings clipped. And they're just sitting in the bottom right here, waiting on anybody to get down here. But whenever they walk in, one of the other things that they can see is 4 stories down, there's a doorway. That's it. They walk in here, this is what they see. Nothing beyond this is crazy descriptive about the room. This is the room. They present you with something that is so weird and so tempting right here. So simply tempting. They know how players think, okay? If I show you this, and I'm like, here's the chaos of this room, and you see all this danger, and yet I tempt you with something as simple as a fucking door, you are going to get players that are like, we can't leave. There's a door there. We have to go forward here. Nothing in the dungeon is keeping you here. You can absolutely leave at any fucking point if you want to. And they write it that way. You're not stuck here. You are, if you wanted to leave, you absolutely can. But I love the fact that they give you this as a, like, this is really weird. This is so fucking cool. Yeah, nothing beyond this is crazy descriptive. Yeah, but, like, this is so cool. Like, this is the only thing that's in this room. The fuck? When you run players with flight abilities, I sometimes put archers or traps they need to dodge. You think doing this is a bad idea? I think people stress that out. Stress that too much. I tend to think that whenever it comes to player characters getting flight, pretty early on, like, look, a lot of this has to do with, like, people being a bit underexperienced in how to design certain dungeons. I honestly, once you start paying attention to some of the things like what Janelle Jacquet's, like Jacquet'sing the dungeon, you start looking at a lot of stuff that they're writing currently for, like, OSE. Even some of the stuff that, like, Goodman Games is putting out right now, you start to realize that the dungeon designs make it to where it doesn't matter what power they have. The dungeon itself is so interesting that, like, they're not looking to beat it, they're just looking to experience it. That's the thing that, that is a huge problem with the way that I see a lot of more amateur dungeons designed, is that these dungeons are not written to be experienced. They're written to be overcome, right? They thought that the idea of the challenge was that, like, you make sure that all the encounters are designed to where it's mathematically awesome and yada yada yada. Once you get looking at D&D before, like, 3rd edition, you really start to see that it was more just like, what's this wacky, insane shit we can do with this? That'd be a lot of fun. Let's do that. It's a bunch of fantasy people going through it, and this is where we got into the more, like, surreal White Plume Mountains out there, right? I look at Hole in the Oak, Isle of the Plangent Mage, Incandescent Grottos. These guys, these kinds of dungeons right here are closer to this weird kind of surreal fantasy experience than anything Wizards of the Coast has put out in the last 10 years. Maybe aside from Tomb of Annihilation. I think Tomb of Annihilation will probably go down in history as the best adventure for 5e. Some people are going to say Curse of Strahd. It's Tomb of Annihilation. As I've been going through, and I've been really trying to get, like, I've been trying to really center myself on, QB calls them Gonzo Adventures. Yeah. Gonzo Adventures. But also, like, it is just a high fantasy adventure. You enter into a room with its own gravitational field with floating blobs of oil and giant crickets with cat heads. Like, the surreal shit like that is fun, right? It's not a must, but it is fun. Like, this is the kind of thing right here, going back and just kind of talking about why I really love these kinds of adventures like this. Number one, look at how thin that is, right? You can read through this in an hour and you're prepped and ready to go. Cool. I don't have anything ready to go tonight. They really want to play D&D. Okay, cool. I'm going to pull out Isle of the Plangent Mage. I need to know a little bit about what's going on. And what do you know, actually? I would say this right here. Yeah, there we go. You guys, in the 40 pages that are in here, is it 40 or 60? 48. Okay. In the 48 pages that are in here, you have like 3 or 4 sessions. This is like a $10 book too. Like, dude. Oh, that's just a side quest. Nah, man, that's the whole evening. Yeah, man. No, sometimes, in some cases like this right here, this is 3 or 4 sessions. That's awesome. That means I'm paying like $3 per session of like fun we get to do, and it's even cheaper if you go and get it digital, right? Hole in the Oak. These two right here can be kind of tethered together to make a big... I say mega dungeon. It is a bigger dungeon, but like they bleed into each other, okay? So you could say that like this is the tome of the book right here, right? Incandescent Grottos and Hole in the Oak are two more of these like... Hole in the Oak feels a bit like sort of pagan horror dungeon, which is cool. The like... Yeah, the weird shit going on with like the goatmen and Incandescent Grottos feels a bit more kind of classic dungeon crawler vibe. I highly recommend them. I just personally feel like I get more use out of stuff like that. Tomb of Annihilation versus the Curse of Strahd really shows who likes exploration versus dramatic storytelling. Yeah, and I'm proud to say, Tomb of Annihilation is my preferred thing. Curse of Strahd is a big roleplay sandbox, you know? And it's good at what it does there. But I'm also, like, personally more into, like, if I'm playing a high fantasy game, I want to play a character that's going to go in and fuck some shit up, right? I want to play a character who can go in, hit shit hard. That's my thing. Tomb of Annihilation, though, I'm like, that is probably the best adventure that they've written for D&D 5e. But I've talked about this a couple times. Oh, you're okay, bud. I've talked about this a couple times. Yep, I'm logged in. Oh yeah, by the way, if you haven't already, this is another reminder. Like, hey, if you're not planning on playing D&D, remove your payment methods on D&D Beyond. Annihilation. Yeah, so like I really like this one a lot. I think that this is one of the last good books that they dropped for D&D 5e. This right here, I say basically like most of the entire most of this entire thing is like pretty fucking fantastic, but this room right here kind of goes to show that like I don't really think WotC had a good grasp of running or of making content that was practical to run at a table. Oh, Bud, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? He's like chewing on his back paw. His page isn't working. Uh-oh. What? Uh... Wait, what? I'm still alive? Yeah? Wait, did we lose? Hang on. Are we here? Okay, so we're good. It's not a fuck up on my end then. Okay. I'm still good. I'm What? What? What is you think it's a browser or D&D Beyond issue? Well, there you go. Shadow banned. Oh man. Is this too many redirects? They're trying to silence me. Hey, if that's the case, hey, WotC, if you want to give me back the money that I spent on the books and shit on D&D Beyond, that'd be awesome, actually. I'm down to take that, like, you know, $2,000 or whatever, and put that in towards Vagabond. But yeah, if I can't get the access, that's weird. Shows why it's a good thing to have the books. Yeah, I agree. Well, can't really show that then, I guess. But anyway, so the Gears of Hate is a dungeon that I just don't think is really well suited to be run at a table, and it's the kind of thing that should be run with like props. It needs things to track it, which like people can say like, yeah, this is the one that not even Critical Role could run with a whole contraption. Yeah. I'll show just a real quick why this thing fails as a TTRPG dungeon. Where was this? This was on. I brought this one up for a video. Hang on. Where was this? Dungeon gimmicks. Yes. Okay, this video. Hang on. You're gonna get double me for a second. All right, let me find this. Okay. This is the most overcomplicated dungeon room I think that they ever really put into a D&D book. I like a lot of what they're doing with Tomb of Annihilation, but I cannot get past how bad this trap is right here. Or I mean, this whole puzzle room is right here. So I'm gonna play this out, and you guys will be able to see why this is so rough. Okay. In Theater of the Mind. Okay. Theater of the Mind play for Gears of Hate. Fucking atrocious.
You guys make your way into the next chamber.
Oh, that didn't take too long.
Look at that.
Does that look like a switchy mechanism?
It sure does.
It kind of does, strangely enough. You enter this chamber and see a 4-foot-high, 7-foot-wide iron lectern in the middle of this rusty iron-plated room. It's topped with a slanted control panel. Set into the control panel are a gold lever with a star-shaped handle.
Hold on.
Yeah, star-shaped handle.
Oh, don't worry, guys. I got visual aids for you.
Oh, there's a thing.
Oh, look at this. Why you're the boss. Hey, pay special attention.
By the way, there's a lot that you could say that's like kind of mocky about what's happening right now. Nothing I would say would be mocky of the way that Matt Mercer or anybody is handling this at the moment. I think the way that this is written is making it to where this is a very awkward moment. Okay. This is a really awkward moment that he now has to prep visual aids to run this thing. For what I'm assuming is probably a sponsored segment. Probably Force Grey. I mean, I'm just going to make a guess here. I think that they're most likely sponsored to run this from... Oh, it is, because it's on the Dungeons & Dragons channel, okay? So they most likely did this as a part of a sponsorship in order to, like, you know, kind of showcase Tomb of Annihilation. This was a cool module, but this is a fumble. This is a not great dungeon, okay? Because of this moment that happens, like, with the Gears of Hate. So what's gone on? I'll just do a real quick, very quick brief. There's a control panel here that controls the rotation of 3 separate other chambers in the dungeon right here. So they're now forced to have to split the party, and the dungeon master is having to remember the orientation of these different rooms as they are about to start rotating. This also causes big issues with bigger productions like this, as we're going to see what I can only describe as a complete, I say complete catastrophe. This is very awkward.
Attention to the pipes of acid.
There's the control panel.
That's a good one. They're gonna spray us right in the face if we do this.
So,
Pipes of acid.
wall engravings behind the control panel show 5 groups of circles, with a small crystal embedded in the wall under each one. The crystal under the configuration labeled 3 currently glows green. Three 6-inch diameter rusty pipes jut from the wall just above the engravings. And also, as you enter and look across the chamber, as you step into light kind of fills the space, you can see the skeleton that had rushed in is currently locked in one corner, while another skeleton is currently huddled in the other. And as soon as you begin to enter, they both see you and begin to walk up the walls towards the ceiling and out over you through the passage you just came from, just fleeing.
See, there's way too much information happening right now. Way too much shit's going on. They've just been presented with a really complicated looking gadget, and notice that they're also being kind of presented with potentially what feels like a combat encounter. Maybe, right? It's too much. It's too much.
Bad idea, but I'm gonna leave Squeaky here and go into the nature room.
Are you doing anything in the nature room?
Huh?
Doing anything in the nature room, just waiting there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait there for now because I'm a bat.
Right.
Okay.
So
Looking down. In the nature room? Wait, what's happening? Yeah, are we?
So you're in the nature room. There are the 3 pipes in the wall. Are you plugging them or leaving them as they are?
I think we probably have to pull the star to make it happen, yeah.
This is happening at a convention live, and this is like unbelievably weird dead air. This is like, and again, this has nothing to do with the people that are here at the table trying to do this. Yeah, the presentation board. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the people that are here at the table to do this. This, if I was the writer of this dungeon and this is what was going on as the showcase for the thing that I wrote, I would feel like I had fucked up. I was the problem here. So I overcomplicated a dungeon design. This is less is more. Okay, you gotta go with less is more. This whole complicated contraption, number one, it feels like it wanted to be a moment of like gonzo kind of weird sci-fi in the middle of it. And it just doesn't really hit right, you know? They bring out this presentation board. One of the other things that happens in here, just as another side note, so what they do here, is splitting the party. So the party has to stick to one of like 3 of these rooms. It's in here. We're gonna move forward. Okay, you'll see the big prop.
Go ahead and rotate it for me.
And then can I...
Okay, before we get into where this fucks up really bad, so the control room that they're in, I think, is right here, and there's people who will be moving into other rooms while these people in the control panel are left behind to operate. You're being forced to split the party here. What this means now is that subconsciously, people at the table, unless they are given this prop right here, they will fucking forget who is where. That's just the reality of it, okay? They are going to forget who is where. This is going to come up with people that are going to start making decisions based on who they think is in the room, not who they know is in the room. This is a problem.
Ask,
But watch this one right here as she's rotating this piece that they made for a sponsored segment. in order to run this dungeon for Wizards of the Coast.
Is Galley still there?
Keep going.
Keep going. Oh God.
There you go.
That doesn't look like a big deal, but it broke the piece. Okay, so we have an overcomplicated piece that now was relying on this mechanism to rotate it that has now snapped and thrown off the kind of like where they are in the dungeon. Okay, now here's the deal. In a tactical game like D&D, where like wargaming tactics are combined with dungeon crawling, this could, I don't know, you're not, some people are going to view this as if you're not playing it to the letter of the law anymore, because like, well, now the dungeon, the dungeon's perspective is all screwed up. We're not really playing it as they had originally written it. Some people will be very particular about that. Me, I'm like, fuck it, you're in the same room as this thing. We had a thing that fucked up. Let's keep it moving forward, you know? But with D&D 5e, this is just a room in the middle of an otherwise what I think is a very brilliant dungeon, or sorry, a very brilliant adventure overall that is like, it is probably the best adventure they wrote for D&D 5e, but it has the worst dungeon gimmick out of anything I've ever seen. Anything. But I still really like Tomb of Annihilation a lot. I think that the situation that unravels is really, really fucking cool. My last few dungeons have basically been scribbles on the background for a general visualization where the walls are. I can't break my scribbles. Yeah, I saw a couple people bring out some Lazy Susans and try to like do this. There was a guy actually here in Tulsa who got Gears of Hate working with a working panel. This was, God, what was this, 5 years ago? He had it working with a working panel that would realign itself correctly based off of where the dials were hit on the panel. He was an engineering dude. I think he said he spent like 2 months working on this. And I'm like, that's really cool. But isn't this room supposed to be running like maybe less than an hour? If you want to go all out and do that shit, awesome. Good for you. Glad, 100%. I also think that you could probably just achieve that by like 2 months for that. Yeah. You could also pretty easily achieve this by doing this on animated tabletop. Yeah, cool module for VTT, but IRL it's a massive effort. Yep, 100%. I try to root things back in more on the idea of these are like there is a I tried to reel a bit more back in on the practicality of playing the game, not necessarily this idealized version of it we all have with crazy fucking insane terrain and like, you know, everyone's going to stay very like adhering to the rules. Things can be forgotten with Vagabond and it's fine. The system's cool with taking that heat. If you don't remember every single rule, guess what? The rules in Vagabond should be so easy to where it's like, well, I just remember I was close to that guy. Okay, you're close. We're using range bands, the similar thing that they were doing with Black Hack and Shadow Dark, right? Don't overthink it. Yeah, don't design dungeons like it's a video game. Yep. Here. Do that. Yeah, don't design dungeons like it's a video game. But there are some dungeons from video games that I do think have really cool ideas going on. I'll kind of get through this, and then I want to bring up... God damn it, I love this dungeon so much. I want to get through this, and then I want to talk about Forest Spirit Temple from Ocarina of Time. Action first, cinema second. Vagabond's combat system focuses on quick power fantasy violence over narrative tension. This is an action game, not a tactical war game. Mechanics are granted as a storytelling toolkit, so feel free to use its flathead screwdrivers on Phillips head screws if it works for you. Ancestries, classes, weapons, perks, and spells grant mechanics for combat and exploration, not fluff and flair. They were designed to say yes and for what you want to do, instead of saying what you can't do. There are restrictions and limits, and this spirit should always be interpreted in good faith. There are guidelines to help convey this spirit, yada yada yada. Common sense is king. The game's expression is intended to allow for quick rulings over precision simulation. If a rule causes a question, try to rule in the hero's favor and keep the story moving. Yes, like just this. I see a lot of situations come up where people overthink running these games. they overthink it all the time, usually because they're presented with a huge tome of rules and they think I have to run it to the letter of the law or whatever. Guys, the most fun thing about these games is not whether or not you got the rules for flanking right. It's whether or not the moments that it created were super cool. Okay? So like if you don't remember a rule, we do try to reference it, but the majority of the game is trying to say, look, even if you don't remember that, it's really not a big deal. Really not a huge deal. Just move forward with it. If you couldn't remember that this guy was like 5 feet away from him, or now he's like, 10 feet, look, is he close to him? Is he near to him? If so, move it forward. Just keep going, right? Too often, I find... this was one of the other, like, fucking crazy things I saw in a... there was a really fucking crazy comment I saw one time that was like, no, a game is not enjoyable unless everyone is adhering to the true balance as it is determined, or whatever the fuck this said, and encounters are not enjoyable unless they are precision balanced. That is the way that you guarantee fun, is with balance, or what the hell ever. If you come to my channel, and this is the thing that you're going to keep schizo posting in my fucking comment sections, you're in the wrong goddamn place. Okay? This is, when it comes to balance, somebody that's obsessing that much about that is, God, I cannot imagine sitting at their table. Okay? I need the flexibility to do the kind of rando shit I want to do. I need to be able to, like, enjoy the play, and, like, for the ideas that I've got, if it's not in the book, let's come up with an idea for it to work, right? Just because the book doesn't say that, like, flour can coat a 5-foot area or something like that, that doesn't mean that the flour should never be able to coat this 5-foot area. Like, you know what I mean? Flour, okay. If the rulebook doesn't say that flour can be used to bake a cake, and yet you're like using it to bake a cake, you're not playing the game wrong. Okay? We all know flour is an ingredient to bake a cake. You also need milk. You also need eggs, right? Like, that's parts of baking a cake. It should be common sense that, holy shit, wait a minute. Oh, hang on. That might be my mom. One sec. Oh. See, this is the thing, the XLR jack on this is still, like, screwed up in the back. Oh. Oh my god, this mic. Alright, chat. Oh, wait. Hey, no, they're good. Here. Wait, did you duck out of the way of the camera? Oh. Alright, hey, pups, hey, come on. Come on. Alright, chat. This is mom. If she's well, okay, you gotta like. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, chat. Hey, mom. She's been. Oh, hey, Paulo. Hey, chill out. What
are we doing?
No, we were just talking from stuff earlier, but yeah. So this is chat's coming in over here, right?
Yeah. Hey guys.
And I've got, so I can choose like. hey, now I'm showing stuff that's happening on stream, right? Right, and then
What a setup.
yeah, you just got to make sure not to say any racial slurs in the
Well,
mic and everything.
I'm not gonna do that. You know me better than that. I might
Indestructoboy.
cuss, but I'm not gonna.
Well, you know.
I'm not gonna. It's
Yeah,
like
I mean,
don't.
you know, they're. I think chat's still learning what Oklahoma's like, and you know.
Oh yeah.
It's super funny because so one of the things I kind of discovered from like being on here is that like tornadoes, people are like, to me they're kind of like nothing. Like
Yeah.
we're used to it,
We go outside and watch.
and
Wait for 'em to hit.
but like online, people are like, Ed was talking about, he lives in Canada. They were talking about getting hit by an EF1,
Oh.
and I was like. I was
That's
like,
nothing.
yeah, like the big ones that come through, it was like, because I mean, the more tornado.
EF5?
yeah.
Is that a 4 or a 5?
Yeah, I'm like, usually it was like an EF1 or an EF2. It's like, well, yeah, you don't go outside.
No.
Like,
but-
you know, you hang out, but, no, whenever it's like the EF4s and EF5s, those are the ones that it was like, holy shit, wait, this is bad, you know?
Hey, I see something I'm gonna check out.
What?
The dice?
Oh, yeah. And so there's those. And there's still the
my
prototypes.
Gosh.
Yeah. Those are still the prototypes.
Wow,
Hey, Milia,
so
Milia,
cool.
go on.
So cool.
Yeah, there's supposed to be that gradient, so you're supposed to get like black to blue to green.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah, you can even tell they're still not right because they they forgot a side on this one.
Oh.
So there's those, and
I
then
love the color.
yeah, I know, right? There's like the D20. Yeah, and
Oh my gosh.
the way it oh, where's the book at? No, it's somewhere over there. But yeah, I just really dig the like the move of
That
like
is
green
so
to blue
cool.
to black.
Yeah.
So
All right.
yep,
Hey,
yeah.
chat, I'm out of here.
Right here, I'll walk you. All right,
right.
Chad, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, there we go. It's like when we get earthquakes. It's not a Mag 5. We don't. Oh yeah, yeah. No, we're used to it here in Oklahoma. Double checking some things real quick. Okay. We'll get into the stuff with the experts. I scared the shit out of you coming back. Woo! Your latest guests seem really cool. Like you should talk to them more. Hey, I talk to my mom like maybe once or twice a week. You're about to call a coworker. All right, so let's talk. All right, so pretty much everybody seems to be kind of united in thinking that the expertise features getting removed is probably for the better. I got a really cool piece of feedback actually on it that I'll talk about here in a second. And yeah, that's okay. Because what time do we got? 12:55. Yeah, we're still good. So I've been canning a lot of the former like expertise features. Expertise was originally you're getting another perk. I'll talk about why real quick. So with expertise, this was always granted to you at 6th and 2nd level. And with expertise, what happened was you get a perk at 1st level. And then you were getting another perk, but it was restricted for you at 2nd level. And then you get another perk at 3rd level. And then 4th level, you're getting a class feature. 5th level, you're getting a perk. 6th level, you're getting another perk. 7th level, you're getting another perk. 8th level, you get a class feature. 9th level, you get another perk. 10th level, you get a class feature. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then experts were getting 7. Right? This is... Whenever it comes to actually like you building a character, this was causing a lot of moments where people were like, wait, I have to go search for this thing now, right? Okay, I'm going to go over there. I'm going to go grab this thing. All right, cool. Come back here. Now I got to go back over and grab this thing as well. It was too much flipping around. It was way too much. Is this all expertise or just in a specific class? This has been all expertise. The only classes that kept something familiar to it were Bard. But Bard has something special. You ignore archetype prerequisites for perks and take another perk now. This right in here. So Bard can go get any perk that they want to. Bard is the one that I'm also telling people, like, hey, I'm leaving this open to where if you want to make a character intentionally built to, like, fuck things up and, like, have a bad build, you can go with it with the Bard, I guess, if you want. But, like, for the most part, all the perks should work fairly well with any of the builds. Now, in what we were, another thing that was kind of pushing me towards making this decision was also what was happening with the Alchemist. So, the Alchemist, I really try to design stuff around to where there's no bad builds. This is just it's a personal philosophy of mine where I don't want you to be able to make a character who has redundant features. I want to try to block that out as much as I possibly can. With the Alchemist, the thing that everybody knew that you had to go pick up on an Alchemist was the Deft Hands perk. And this was so apparent that I made you skip your action, or you skip your move to take the use action as a part of the Alchemist, and I just gave it to him over here. But it's really awkward. And if it was just the de facto thing that you were going to go and pick up, we could probably make the Alchemist a bit more easier to comprehend if we just give you the perk right here. So we give you the perk, and we give you something a little bit nice on top of that. Yeah, on 69, nice, yeah. Please don't say that you don't want to enable your friends. Let's make a non-functional build obsession. Yeah, you should just, like, take a hammer and just, like, hit, correct that with your friends. Don't actually do that, yeah. By the way, I find it too difficult to find perks outside of the archetype. It takes them even longer. Any tips on how to speed this up? You find it difficult to find perks outside of the archetypes, or outside of the archetypes, it takes even longer. Any tips on how to speed this up? If you can think of something, I'm happy to hear it. I think one of the ways that like Pathfinder tried to do this was with tags. But yeah, wait, was expertise OP or just too clunky? Too clunky. And it felt weird. And I think people really like the unique identity that's happening now, as opposed to expertise just getting thrown out to everybody. Now, what I'll say is like, wait, is it okay to have the third perk at level 1 with humans? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What I would say is that it increases mental load. Okay? So, I like the fact that Vagabond makes it really easy to build a character. Especially if you've been coming from a system like 5e, where like, I don't know, has anybody tried to time themselves? How long does it take to make a character in 5e? I think if I'm trying to make a character in 5th edition, it's like, it takes like close to 45 minutes. And I know 5th edition really well. You might want to change the name of Eureka. There's already a perk with that name. Wait, really? Oh, shit. You're right. Thank you for calling that out. Boom. That feels really good for an expert. Okay. First level, like 30 to 40 minutes. Third level, like an hour. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, I think that character creation for like D&D 5e is just too much. It's more of a burden. And I'm like, some people might really enjoy the process, right? Me personally, I don't. I like making characters with a lot of modularity and having my options. I really don't like it taking or fucking ever for me to just do a thing. Like ritual. There we go. Be used as a trinket for casting. Relic with the loyalty. Really? Okay. Your athame can be used as a trinket for casting, and it is a relic with loyalty characteristic, and it can be used as a trinket for casting. Boom. There we go. I tried to clean up the wording a little bit there. I just saw that needed to be fixed. Okay. Form fillable sheets that automatically calculate downstream stats. Absolutely fuck. So excited for that with Vagabond. Hey, thank you so much, Pat. Yeah, it took a hot second for me to like get all that together, but now that we have it, I'm like, who needs D&D Beyond? We have it right here on the character sheet. Like this is gonna do all the math for you right here. That's the thing for me, guys. If it takes any more than like what you can instantly tell from the character sheet to like make your character, I think that the math is too complicated. So I just like keeping it clean. Super clean. Now I'm glad we fixed that. All right, let's get back up here. So with the experts, they're all getting something a bit unique in here. And with the change to focus, everybody else is also getting some unique shit. One of my favorite things isn't just like, okay, whenever I'm making a game or I'm making anything and someone goes like, so someone's like, hey, I really like this thing you did. I'm like, oh, thank you. That always feels great. Always awesome. I always appreciate that. But one of my favorite forms of it is like whenever someone goes, I actually really didn't like this whenever you first said it, but now that I've seen it, I can't think of it in any other way. And with the change that's been made to Faber, I've gotten that 3 times now, and I'm like, all right, I think this is the one that's making me think, if we were able to convince the cynics, then maybe we've done something really good here, right? Going over into, okay, so here's the other deals, right? Look at Fighter. Look at how clean that is. Look at that. Fighter is, we got it. People were praising it whenever it was just a column. It's like barely a quarter of a page. If this was on a 8.5 by 11, this would be less than a quarter of a page. Oh, you want to play Vagabond again? You haven't gotten to in months. What time is it right now? 1:05. I mean, I could randomly run it real quick, I guess, with the 1.5. I would just have to organize people to get it together extremely fast. Who would be willing to be on stream? That's another part of it. Like, willing to, and that I would trust on stream. Yeah, I didn't like your face when I first saw it, but now I can't think of it any other way. So yeah, experts are getting these kinds of tweaks. Yeah, and see, this is the other thing. If I can announce it and give it some time for a stream, that's one thing that'll work out. At some point, I'd like to do it. This is kind of what I like about Vagabond right now. What I really like about Vagabond at the moment is I can just kind of like randomly tell people like, hey, I've got a dungeon, you want to play it real quick? And like we can have it together in 10 minutes. That's my favorite thing with the game right now. I'm like, yes, it's everything that people have been wanting out of like BX derivative stuff with the modularity of something like D&D or Pathfinder, but it also it doesn't take 30 minutes to make a character. You gotta rather stay off stream. That's the thing. That's always the big thing with people. I'm like, you know, if we were gonna do something like that, and I was here on stream, we could put one together real quick and maybe do it. But I'm also like, I've got other stuff I'd like to kind of get on. But yeah. Oh hell yeah! I've actually got we got an order from Swordfish Islands coming in. Hell yeah. I'm actually going to be able to look through Waking a Willoughby Hall here very soon. Oh my god, why is everybody texting me right now? Come on! Yes, there we go. Thank you. Alright, later. Sweet. Okay, merchant. So let's talk about this. Good little module. I am stoked to be getting through it. Okay. Merchant had some big shakeups, but I think it's in a very nice spot. So for somebody that might not really want or might not really know why this class would appeal to some people, kind of talked about this the other night. The merchant is supposed to be a pseudo like rogue for your party. I really love where the merchant is currently sitting. To me as a designer, I like to think that I approach things with a very intentional thought for where each class is supposed to fit in the archetype of warrior, expert, or mage. So I try to hit, that is like the most important thing to me to figure out right off the get-go, okay? For me, this merchant has to fit in the expert. A merchant is such a like, I love this as a skill monkey, but like how can it approach doing all the things that a rogue would want to do from a sense of like being a shopkeeper, right? This is not, and I also know This is not the kind of classes that is going to appeal to everybody. I don't think that every class should. I also have heard of plenty of people that have like, I haven't played anything but a fighter for the last 40 years. And I'm like, well, that's a streak for sure. But whenever it comes to merchant, why would this appeal to somebody? If you are somebody who likes to think of really weird solutions to problems that don't involve magic, if you're somebody who likes to just think of like, I would want to MacGyver this by, I don't know, I can pull out a noisemaker and make some shit. We're going to attract a lot of chaos in this scene right now, right? Surprised not seeing Tressa on the portfolio of the Iconics. Wait, you're right. Wait, where the fuck is she? We had her on here before. We absolutely had Tressa on here. Octopath Traveler. Yeah, wait, what was her last name? Hang on. Colzione? Tressa Colzione. Cute. Yeah, I really wanted you to be able to have a class that would just come up with weirdo solutions to problems. Whenever I originally made this for D&D 5e, I made it as a spellcaster. If I was going to go through and remake a merchant for D&D 2024, I would make it non-magical. It is the one thing that I look back on from everything I've made for D&D, that if I was to go back through and like allow it for a table today, I would probably be redesigning the merchant to be a non-magical caster, non-magical archetype. Well, when I say that makes merchant the most gonzo class in the game, they can be really weird and kind of bonkers, but I tend to think that most people are happy with like the merchant just being like, this serves the purpose of what a merchant is in a fantasy story. You know, you love to see that non-magical merchant in 5e someday. I will ask my community what they would like on that. Here's my problem. So here's currently where I'm sitting with that. People really wanted this book right here. I was told constantly people really wanted me to get this book ready to go. That had all of my stuff in print, everything here, right? I do this. I go through and I make this book as like, yes, do what I can, right? Here's the problem. The customer base does not justify me redoing it. I could spend time remaking it. I could spend time doing a revision. There's no customers there. I released that book right there. What was it, 2-3 months ago? I have made $800 off of it. Now, to a lot of people, you're probably like, wow, that's really cool. I don't really make that much money off of, TTRPG stuff. I don't make any money at all. I know that I'm in a really, really good position. But I just want y'all to know that $800 to me was from me doing all the layout, putting it all together, cleaning it up, editing it, going through the process of print production. And, yeah, there's no customers there anymore. The DMs Guild is dying. And I think with everything that's gone on with D&D 5e and the D&D 2024 thing, I do not believe that there are people interested in continuing on with supporting Wizards of the Coast in any means. And that even turns over into the DMs Guild. That was not worth the amount of time and effort. Yep. I spent time doing that, and it was like cool. That paid for a month of my car payment and maybe a couple bills. That was not worth it. Now, if I were to go back through and revise my merchant for 2024, I don't think there's interest in it. I think that there's probably people in the chat and in my community that'd be like, yeah, that'd be really cool. It would, yeah. Yeah, DM's Guild is being brought out back and shot as we speak, yeah. Would I be open to publishing myself on D&D Beyond if the opportunity was offered? Yes, because I would be fucking stupid not to do that. If they told me, if Wizards of the Coast were to approach me and say that they wanted to do that, and I didn't take the offer, we're talking about, that would be life-changing money. We're talking about, that would be the kind of thing that could probably buy me a house. I would be stupid not to do that. And to anybody that would ever give me shit about it, they'd be like, oh yeah, I'd be like, get the fuck over it. I'm making my other games and everything, but like, no, if Wizards of the Coast, like, maybe that kind of offer, hey, Taron, you don't have to do any work for this right here. We're gonna convert this thing over to D&D Beyond. We're gonna give you even 30% royalty of anything that gets sold over there for doing that. Of course I fucking let them do that. What if they offer but they take the IP? What do you mean they take the IP? Like they have the ability to like make a merchant or whatever. They don't have to like they don't have to like offer to take the IP. They own it right now. It's on the DM's Guild. Like, so if what they were doing was like, hey, you know, we want to put this thing over on on Drive-Thru RPG, or sorry, we want to put this thing over on the DM's Guild, Taron. We want to sell your class over there. We're gonna offer you this much or whatever for it. I'd be like, okay, well, number one, I'm stupid for not doing that. It's just, look, nobody is going to look at you as like some kind of like great arbiter of justice or what the hell ever, or like righteousness, if you told Wizards of the Coast go fuck themselves if they made you an offer to put your stuff on D&D Beyond. Nobody would care. It's like, if anything, people would be, if you said something about like, okay, they made that offer, I told them no, there would be people who would be messaging me that would be like, what the fuck stupid shit did you just do? That I could take that money and make so much other stuff that would threaten the popularity of D&D. Like, that could be a thing. If they gave me that kind of money to make a thing, and I take it and put that money back into Vagabond, right? Like, why would I not do that? Why? Well, like, why not? You know? They're just going to start churning out AI slop on D&D Beyond for a subscription? I have no idea. I have no idea what else is going on with all that. You can't copyright game rules anyways? Well, you can. You can copyright what you have made as a thing for the thing that is out there, right? So like me making a merchant for D&D 5e under the exact way that I have written it, yes, I could actually claim somebody else has infringed on my copyright. But that's because it's the expression of it. So it's not mechanics that we're looking at. It's how that is expressed to make an idea happen. D&D Beyond homebrew / VTT will replace DM's Guild in under 18 months. Maybe. I mean, maybe. If they get rid of it, if they get rid of the guild, number one thing I'm going to say is, well, thank you. Because what that now does is it frees up opportunity for me to take the shit that you guys have now forfeited and just go make my own products over on Land of the Blind, right? It would be weird. I don't think that they're going to do it. Here's the deal. I'll explain what would ruin the DM's Guild. Okay. The thing that would absolutely be the final fucking death nail in the coffin, whatever you want to say, for the DM's Guild, is if Wizards of the Coast were to say they are going to be using DM's Guild content to train their AI model for writing content for D&D. That may not only kill the guild, that might actually kill D&D. That may actually be the thing that would put them under and essentially force Wizards of the Coast to sell off the D&D branch of the company. That would be the ultimate faith shaker for everything going on in the community. We would see, if you thought the OGL situation was insane, if Wizards of the Coast did that and said that they were taking third-party independent writing to make their own, to build up their AI or their AI model or whatever, that will kill the DMs Guild. The OGL will seem like a fucking fart in the wind compared to the shit that would start. I'm talking about weeks, if not fucking months of non-stop brigading against Wizards of the Coast. Again, if you think that the OGL situation is bad, if you thought that the Pinkerton situation was bad, this would, it would be a huge self-inflicted wound. This would actually turn into lawsuits. This would, without doubt, turn into lawsuits. You're fucking with big names now at that point that have uploaded their content to the guild under the idea that like there were certain permissions that would be granted about some stuff like that. There are things on the DMs Guild like Matt Mercer's Blood Hunter, like what was it? The guys that worked on what was it? The Chains of Asmodeus thing was made by a that was actually made by a games developer, like a game development studio. You've got all of Eberron over there. I mean, Keith Baker. Keith Baker has enough money to start throwing around on protecting his shit. Yeah, Matt stuff was on there. Yeah. I know plenty of projects on the DMs Guild that like people have made enough money off of to start talking to lawyers and get them on retainer. It's not as if it's just a thing where WotC can just go, we're doing this, fucking deal with it. This would be a thing where like they are trying to change the definition of a contract. Now they have tried that before. Yeah. And by the way, I don't know, to any fucking journalist who thinks that like, hey, because Taron said something, we're going to now try to report on this like it's a fucking, he got a leak and whatever. This isn't a rumor. This isn't anything. It was just something I was thinking about the other day as I was looking at their contract. Easy class action? Honestly? Maybe. I think maybe. They would have the right to like, okay, if they were to publish this in an official book or something, right? That is an understanding of like what we know or what we believed by publishing on the DMs Guild we were probably allowing for, right? But like, if they were to go through and extend that to be training up AI models, guys, you know how fucking anti-AI the entire industry is? It's literally only like fucking Chris Cox, who is the guy who is like super adamant on this shit. Like, hang on. As far as D&D goes, has there been any clarification for the patent that Nintendo is suing Pal World for? Nah. Pocket Pair even said they have no idea what patent they're getting sued for. So it just seems like Nintendo was making the announcement that they're suing Pocket Pair, and everyone's like, okay, but for patent infringement, for what though? What do you, because it's important, because if Nintendo's going to try to make a claim that they own the patent on capturing monsters to train them in battle, it's like, okay, well, why are you doing this to Pocket Pair and not like Shin Megami Tensei or the million other fucking Pokemon likes that are out there? You know? I was just playing like, what was it, Moonstone Island the other day? It's like there's plenty of games that have Pokemon like Dragon Quest. Fucking go after Dragon Quest, I guess. Like Nintendo, you just want to shoot yourself in the foot? Is it type relations patent? I don't even think it would be that. There's other games that have done that. That's the thing. The thing that's so baffling about this lawsuit is not because it was like, oh, okay, well, they're suing them because they ripped off models, right? If that was the case, people would be like, okay, that's probably what the fuck happened, right? But that's not what they went after them for. They went after them for a patent infringement, which is like a mechanic that you guys tried to patent? What? Okay. Are we talking about Power World? A little bit, yeah. Like flying loses to electric, yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they would really be going for there. And typically, whenever it comes to suing over like video game mechanic or whatever, here's the deal. It's one thing for us to say like, okay, well, yeah, you can't sue over video game mechanics or what the hell ever. You can't copyright video game mechanics. Okay, well, but like, that doesn't really matter if they're throwing around the kind of money that Nintendo has to throw around. We're talking about literally the most popular brand of all time with Pokemon. And guys, Pokemon is bigger than Disney. Like, they're fucking huge. It's insane how super massive Nintendo got in the last 20 years. So like, if there was ever a time that they were like, hey, you know what we want to do? We want to redefine what the fuck it means for us to not be able to copyright this mechanic anymore. Okay, Nintendo's one of the people that could probably fucking do that. You can patent video game mechanics. So this is the thing, is it's like, if it's a patent infringement, where is it? Like, what's the patent infringement? And why would you be going after Power World and nobody else? Well, the Nemesis system, yes, yeah. But I'm like, so what are we talking about here then? What was the thing that Nintendo is specifically going after them for in order to, you know what I mean? And I think the part of the Nemesis system that is patented is more so about how that is expressed, like UI UX, and what it means in terms of the video game, not the mechanic, right? Like remembering the fact that somebody has remembered you from a past battle or what the hell ever isn't the kind of thing that you can copyright. But the expression of it as the Nemesis system or something, maybe that's what we're talking about, right? Yeah, have they said anything? Let me look at Twitter real quick and then I'm going to get back on this. Okay, I just saw Stevie Wonder is trending. I'm having one of those moments where I'm seeing him trending and I'm about to have a fucking heart attack. Is he okay? What did he say? Okay, he's doing a tour before the election. Yes, please put it into the, oh my god. Yes, if you're gonna make Stevie Wonder trend, please put the reason why in the trending topics, because you gave every black person in America a heart attack. Oh man. Wait. I posted this morning. I'm just gonna start this rumor. Hey, what up, JP? How's it going, man? Obviously not a lawyer, but you did work with a big company that dealt with IP stuff a lot. A lot of these lawsuits is more about showing that you protect your IP than it is about actually suing. Yeah, I think if they're protecting the trademark, that's one thing, but it's a patent lawsuit, right? Which is like, they're claiming it was a patent infringement, which I'm like, what could they be going for? The capture and release mechanic of Pokemon, but who knows? But, dude, if Pocket Pair doesn't know, then... By the way, I don't trust Polygon as a news outlet. They've made up shit in the past just to, like, say... Like, basically try to predict that they had a leak, right? And make it seem like they were more informed than they were. Yeah, I'm just going to drop this because I don't know what's going on. And I'm a little bit... I want this to be true. And now Free League has given me reason to think it might be true. Okay, so Free League dropped a really interesting tweet, like a while back. Yeah, this is. Wait, why did this come back up today? Give me another. Okay. Okay, maybe I was completely... No, wait. Why are they sharing it again? What? Okay, maybe I'm completely wrong on this. Because I'm just now realizing the date on this is a lot earlier than before. I just don't know why Eleanor De Lorenzo would have mentioned Red Dead Redemption. Unless it was a hint at something. And now I'm realizing, oh, it was an older tweet. But then Freely came and liked my tweet. So now I'm like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Okay, I tweeted this because I thought that Eleanor was dropping a hint. Now I'm realizing I just feel really stupid doing this. But I'm just going to go through this with you all. Okay, here was my thought process on this. I saw that Eleanor De Lorenzo had posted a tweet earlier that said, had a great meeting with fellow Tall Swedes Nils and Tomas, founders of Free League Pub today. Can't wait to share our future collabs we have in store. Now, what I saw, I don't know why, but this came back up on my timeline again. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And I was like, wait, are they planning something here? Is this like a pseudo, like, kind of drop at something? And why'd she say, since I discovered Dynamite and Red Dead? And then I was like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If they did a Red Dead Redemption TTRPG, I would fucking lose my shit. Because I thought that would be so dope. Because of any company that would probably do something like that, it would probably be Free League. Just a rando thing. Which I was like, okay, that, like, if they did, who knows, whatever. But what's really weird to me, though, is, and they probably just did this because, yeah, we're interacting and stuff on Twitter. So I think that they're just doing this because, you know, we're hanging, we're being friendly. We're hanging, we're being friendly. But I don't know. I think it was just for the interaction. Maybe they just like being talked about. Frontier Scum is also really dope. Yeah, I think that if they were going to do a Red Dead Redemption TTRPG, they would probably just talk to Carl Druid and be like, hey, like, let's do Frontier Scum, but let's give it an IP. You know? Just because we want to make money for other projects at this point. It's kind of where I would be with that. But yeah. Frontier Scum, for the people who aren't familiar. Frontier Scum. So this is made to look like an old, like, medicine book. Or old medicine book, old Sears catalog kind of style book, right? And it is a very dope TTRPG. Merkborg, but rootin' tootin' cowboys, okay? Very fucking cool. Plus, it's just, it's I love, look how thick this fucking, yeah, that's the interior, yeah. It's very, yes, Horseborg is real, yeah. Frontier Scum. And it's, I mean, it's based on the Merkborg engine. It is a Western, like, Merkborg, and it is good. Like, it is really good. The Merkborg engine is just hyper adaptable. And I was going to show JP's Starborg, but that's actually over there on that shelf right now. But it is a Merkborg hack for, if you want to do cowboys, there's, yes, Horse Castle, yes. Now, Cowborg, yeah. Hey, what up, Trek? Now, let's talk about, actually, so there's two things kind of going on. I told you the stuff going on with the expert. Yes, Starborg. Yeah, so these are ones that JP and Map Crowe worked on, making me run around. I actually just got these in the mail the other day. Woo! Right, they're very charming. I actually have Dragontown over here because I've still been going through it with a highlighter. But yeah, so this is JP Kuvert's Starborg, and it is a Merkborg hack with the Star Wars. Yes, it's, yeah. Yeah, I need to stretch my legs, yes. I just love the number one, the solo rules. Like you guys actually adapted this for like the whole zine. Sick. Yeah. This format, by the way, is something that I want to. This is what's making me really want to do a like 3-book set for Vagabond, but like as a zine and like clean it up to where it's just here's the condensed rules for heroes. Here's the like, you know, if you want like exploration, here's those rules right there, right? And offer the whole set as like a almost like what Mothership does, you know. We split it up to where the players have the player book, they know what to reference in there. Yeah. But the fact that you guys also had solo rules for that is so dope. Yeah. Now okay, so we had talked a little bit about what was going on with rogues, what was happening with barbarians and everything last time. I want to talk sneak attack, but I also want to mention what's happening with rage. So new rage. I like this a lot more. So some people might, I think that this actually makes a interesting trade-off kind of happen with the barbarian. Perplexing Romans wrote the solo rules. It's super fun. Hell yeah. I need to probably hit up Perplexing about some solo stuff on Vagabond. That's I would love to get a zine out that just has like solo, like a solo hex crawl or something. I mean, or I need to talk to Hinakoto, but I think they're working on a bunch of Miro shit right now. Ooh. Okay. What do you think about that? Why does it not say if they why does it not say they explode on a roll of 1? Like the lowest value is always going to be a 1 though. I did have hang on. I had a thought for that. Explode if they roll. I had a thought for this. I did have a reason for this, and I can't think of it now. So now you're making me second guess, and I'm gonna okay. So new rage, okay. What are the class groups and what defines them? What makes an expert an expert? An expert focuses on skill checks and interactions for exploration. Most likely, in combat, they are doing a very focused way that they do their main source of damage, right? And focused isn't just like attack. This is like, no, in order for you to get a lot of love out of the attack, you need to do a particular type of action to guarantee that, right? This is like rogue with sneak attack, right? A warrior, this is like your big meat sack warrior fight man, right? Like that's the majority of their stuff is going to be granted to you for combat, for the attack action. For mages, they get spells. That's how cake it is in Vagabond, right? Die value versus total value can be confusing. The lowest value, so just to technically clarify. Okay, so we're just going to put it on a roll of 1. Wall Berserk, your might-based attack damage die are one size larger and can explode if they roll a 1. Further, you can go Berserk after you take damage or as part of making an attack. You remain Berserk this way for 1 minute unless you end it, no action, or go unconscious. Okay? So what do we think? What do we think here? You do like this ratio? Colossal weapons are now 2d8, which is bonkers. Well, I'm going to kind of get into that a little bit. As of right now, I have pulled colossal weapons out of the game. The whole thing going on with colossal weapons, this will be an additional thing in a future supplement. I love it. I like the fact that people really, really want that. It will be a thing. I like how simple this feels right now. We have a much more expansive list of weapons with the properties and everything than most BX derivative stuff does, right? Thematically very cool. I get it. Thematically super cool. It's been pulled, though, because we're trying to keep things clean on here right now. Colossal weapons are essentially just getting you the additional D6 or whatever. We need a weapon customized system. I don't like getting that into the thick of it. So just so you guys know my thought process with Vagabond. I try to make sure that the game is designed to where 100% of the players are going to engage with 100% of the material. So if I write something that I know only 5% of players are going to engage with, I'm probably going to nix that. Okay. I tried to make crafting the kind of thing that most people are going to be able to get, super cake, be able to play, right? If I do something like, oh, okay, well, we need to be able to, oh my God, I am getting a new email, a new text every 5 seconds. I try to put this away in my pocket. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, how am I going to play my Leftist Surfer Dude himbo character that uses a colossal? Those rules are still there. If you still want to use those, like, we can absolutely make them available. They've been pulled out of the core. They've been pulled out of the core because they're just not really in a lot of other BX derivative materials. And I've decided to pull it here, but it will be added later on as an optional rule because I like it too. Right? I like it too. Wait, what if you just add an extra D6 or D4 for the whole thing? We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Hang on. Chat. Here's where I'm at with this right now. Okay? Hang on. I'm pulling it out. The compromise is I'm going to put it somewhere else later. As of right now, I have pulled it out of the game because it's an odd layer thrown on top of an already really modular weapons table. I know. We like our big damage numbers, right? The worry for me is that there wasn't enough of a trade-off going on. They're a kind of thing that a lot of people really love. Okay, how does dual wielding currently work? Right here. I was also seeing one of the things that was starting to bother me about this is I was seeing some people wanted to dual wield. They were just writing some perks that I think they were going for the wrong angle for the voice of the game at the moment, right? Yeah, we're back to 2 attacks. Yeah. You don't like the change of this. You don't like this. You don't like to change the size of the die. Okay. Okay. So at the moment, I pulled out the colossal weapons because it's not in other BX derivative material, and it was bloating out a lot of the weapons table, and it makes it look very, very huge. Whatever. I like the fact that it fits on one page, and I have to make some decisions that don't just affect what people want to do with their character customization. I have to make some changes based off of what I think looks better for the final book. This is a change that I think looks better for the final book. I also got rid of weapon subtypes. So there's no more swords, right? It's just, these are what the weapons are. They weren't being used anywhere else in the game. And as I was seeing things with colossal weapons, this could make a return in the future. Just the fact that it's not on this table right here, like, that's a decision I'm making right now because it cleans up the book. Okay. So if you wanted to do all that stuff and you still have 1 point, hang on. So if you still have 1 point, what was it? If you still have 1.3, right, or 1.4, and you want to use the colossal weapons that are in there, you can still use that thing. Okay. You go and you do that. Okay. But for it being in the core, I have to pull it out. It is the kind of thing that I think most of the weapons that are on here already with a great sword and everything are fine with doing. People just want bigger damage dice. As much as I've looked into how big something like this would be, how big something like a great hammer would be, I look at a lot of this other shit and I'm like, it's not really fitting for where we were wanting to go. Yes, there will be a thing that it's like, hey, colossal weapons, this is a thing you can throw in with Gonzo, right? we say with that, these are some of the rules that we felt were just a little bit too odd, maybe. They were fun, but these are some of the optional things that you can throw into your game as well. We'll just do that, right? Makes sense if it breaks BX damage. The thing is, I don't know that it breaks BX damage. I just know that it is definitely more than what other BX games tend to throw out there. So like a 2d8 damage die is big. It is big. Everything else that's typically getting like 2d8 damage is like Dragon Claws. That's huge. And just saying that you as a first level character could be able to get access to that is a lot. It is a lot. So right now, one of the other things that's really good about this is that we've gotten rid of a lot of the 2d4, 2d6, 2d8, 2 whatever d damage dice, and we've brought this back down to where every die now is a single damage die. What this is supposed to help out is with features that say something like roll, it deals double the damage dice, right? Yep, might restrictions in general are very easy to overcome. Exactly. You don't think the Pugilist Fisticuffs feature works because of the way that dual wielding works now. I need to double check that. Because that is the core thing for them. And they haven't been touched since we made the changes, I don't think. What the fuck? Good. Computer's just making... okay. Go. Aha. There we go. Yep, there we go. That's an easy fix. Yep. But you were looking at the rage mechanic earlier and wondered what the effect on damage would be, so you wrote a script to simulate 1 million rolls for each die size. Did you, Trek? One D4, 4.99. Oh, that's the change by increasing it by a damage by one size. Okay. The rage mechanic earlier. So by upping the damage die size, that is... How is it not just the same average roll of... When you can explode on a 1 or a 4? Oh, gotcha. Okay. So you're talking about highest or lowest on the damage roll? Upping the die size is just a +1. Right. I was just like, wait, so what? That's where I was getting confused. Okay. So that is... Your mechanic that you ran that through is for... You up the damage die size and they explode if they roll a 1? Or was it they explode if they roll a 1 or their highest number? What it looks like is a 1 or their highest number. Or, sorry, a 1. So, the thing I don't like about that is that it's disincentivizing... Yeah, it's not disincentivizing them from using bigger weapons, because they are doing more damage with it. No upping the die size in that simulation. So that's just 1d4 exploding on a 1 on average of 5, basically 5. When you just look at the next result for what it does when you up the die size. Right. No, this is saying only a 1. This is only on a 1. Now, so if they explode on a 1, what this is doing is it might make people feel like, oh, okay, I can't roll below a 2 on the damage die, is basically what they're thinking with that, which is okay. But yeah, it's only on a 1. Yeah. So then, okay, so then what you wrote is 1 or their highest result. So here's what I think. Is there ever a situation where the barbarian isn't getting the heavy weapon perk? That's the deal. Because like the thing with the heavy weapons perk is like that's just always on for you. Oh, some people are not going to like this if I get rid of that. Look, if we get rid of heavy arms as a perk, it might need to go. It needs to, yeah, I think it just needs to be a barbarian feature. I think that perk has been so incredibly crazy dominant. If you only explode on a 1, D4 is 3.3. D6 is 4.2. 1D8 is 5.14. 6.10. Okay. So on average, it's like you're upping the damage roll by a little bit worse than +1. Yeah, it's actually worse than a +1 to damage. So because if we got rid of all the colossal weapons, we can do this. Yeah, it's a little worse than a +1 most of the time, but sometimes you get a +20. Yeah, great weapons becoming a 2d10 that can explode. I'm okay with this. I think that anything with exploding dice is a buff, but if anything, but if anything, it's the feeling of play that matters most. Explode on 1 is I can't roll low without the boringness of below a 3 is a 3. I mean, yeah, but like... Here's the deal. If we do this, it deals an extra die of damage and can explode. And if we do and it explodes on a roll of 1, people are going to just go over and pick up heavy arms. However, Taron did not fucking think of this until just now. Where are you? So Barbarian could go over and pick this one up if they really, really wanted that. If they really want it, they can go over and get this. It's a nerf to this perk. But it kind of needs it. And it makes Barbarian really good. You can apply to any weapons and call it failure is not an option. Why is it a nerf? Because it's not exploding. It's exploding on a roll of 1. I mean, we kept it in here for the heavy arms homage was the big deal. Like we wanted to give a little Easter egg for our buddy. Yeah, heavy arms felt like a must for Barbarian. Yeah. 2d10 that explode on max roll is 12.1. We include heavy arms, it's a 13.2. Wait, why? Why is it a nerf? Well, I mean, if people are confused as to why it's a nerf, then cool. Sure. Okay. Yeah, 1 plus 6 is less than 6 plus 6. Yep. And giving him an Easter egg that requires simulating 1 million die rolls to balance is the best. Okay, okay, I know. Hey, I mean, at least it doesn't. What if this was the only perk in here that had flavor text though, Trek? But it needs to be your Yeah, what if this is just what we leave in for heavy? Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh, what? Heavy Arms is another game designer. It's that we all know from the TTRPG scene. And Heavy's also just been like really big supporter here on the channel and everything. But Heavy's whole big deal, he fucking hates flavor text. I don't like flavor text either. Italicize it. Heavy weapons have made you vigilant. But Heavy and I have a really similar mindset. We like less complications going on with die rolls. Well, just with TTRPGs in general. Tends to be that in seeing a lot of things in seeing a lot of things when it comes to like mathematics, balance, yada yada yada. These are both like kinds of conversations that we both just sort of like zone out on. I'm like, is it cool and fun to play? Like, yeah. The night has made you vigilant, yeah. Okay, this joke is now going in like way too many layers now. Okay, there's some people who haven't been with the channel for like a year who don't know what the fuck that this would mean. Okay, wow, there's like, yeah. Okay, so this is explaining the joke is like the most awesome way to make sure it's even more hilarious, right? Yeah, just go Google "The Night Has Made You Vigilant" and see. We shit on a piece of flavored text that appears in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. God damn it, that's funny. I feel like we kind of have to keep it here. It's so fucking funny. Barbarian consistently gets stuff that you're just not excited about with Berserk. Are there other Barbarian features super strong or something? I mean, they're good. Like, you're just not excited about. I don't know. I don't know.
Dwarf goblins.
Just keep it here for this. Yeah, Draconic Doom. Hey, welcome. Or Dragonic Doom. Dragonic Doom. Welcome. God, yeah, I kind of think we need to keep it in here. You just realized you're not sub for some reason? Thanks for fixing that. Yeah, that's pretty... Okay, look, we'll do that. As long as it doesn't cause a problem with, as long as it doesn't cause a problem with any formatting things, we'll leave it in there. Okay. You have favor on range checks against enemies haven't moved since starting your last turn. I actually... Should bigger dice or more dice come first for barbs? I think the more dice is fun, and then you up the damage, and you up the die size later. I think that's kind of sick. Okay, actually... We're gonna swipe real quick. Oh, hi, bud. Good boy. That'll be odd for everybody that doesn't get the multi-layered reference. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll explain it later. Okay. For those of you that, for everybody who, look, it's the same thing with the ogler, okay? I found out the other day that there's some people that are like getting into TTRPGs right now that don't get the ogler. Like they're looking around. This is okay. You guys want to know something kind of cool and exciting? I've had people who have said that they were getting into TTRPGs that, you know, they're in like the Vagabond groups or whatever. They're like, yeah, I'm really getting into TTRPGs. I'm just not a big fan of D&D. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, you haven't really played TTRPGs? And it's like, no, I just know that I don't like D&D, but I'm looking around for which one I really want to check out. And I'm like, interesting. So you want to play TTRPGs? I genuinely, a new phenomenon for me. You know that you want to play TTRPGs, but you don't, you haven't played a game before, and you just know that you don't want to play D&D as your first TTRPG. What? That's the zeitgeist going on right now? Because, like, that's kind of... Okay. I mean, I don't know. A new kind of guy just dropped? Yeah, right? You're a new kind of guy. That's great. I hand all those people into the odd, yeah. Here we go. We're going to be taking a look at Simbarum. Simbarum. Simba. The zeitgeist is evolving, yeah. Simbarum. I like the idea for marksmanship, but I also feel like this is a little bit odd. You want to examine the specimen? I think there was somebody. It was either in the Vagabond Discord or it was in my comment section that was talking about this. Simbarum. There was a the version that they had of marksmanship. I thought was kind of interesting. One attack. Another book that just smells really good. It's such a chore for me to explain to people that I like D&D, but I don't like D&D. Yeah. Marksman. Yup. That was it. This is so simple, and I'm so, like, wow. The way that Marksman works in Simbarum. The way that Marksman works. Damage you deal with bows and crossbows is increased to 1d10 and 1d12 rather than the d8 and d10. Increases the damage die. What do you know? You can't stay long, but it's an interesting take. By the way, your intrusive thought for the day. You and Kelly McLaughlin from Dungeon Dudes look exactly the same to you when he's playing his Drakenheim campaign. That is so fucking ableist. How dare you? I couldn't make it through any of that shit. You would only be about the 8th person to make that comparison in the last week. Hey, thanks for popping in, Cybertron, for the win. I wonder how offended Kelly is by that. He's like, wait, I look like that fucking Taron freak? All one-eyed people look similar. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's I can sympathize. I can't. Okay, here's the deal. Marksmanship is okay, right? You have favor on range attacks, range checks against enemies who haven't moved since the start of your last turn. What if you increase the damage, or you use a damage die one size larger for ranged attacks, ranged weapon attacks? The damage you deal, if you make the damage die bigger, then it will be a must for any range build. I mean, okay, it's called marksmanship, and it's available really easily for experts or warriors, and you get a freebie at first level. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like it. The damage dice for your ranged weapon checks, or weapon attacks, hang on, are one size larger. Okay. All right, chat, you all tell me A or B. And don't give me an explanation. Look, I get it. Yeah. How good is that for Gunslinger? It's about the same as it is for basically everybody else. Actually, it's even better for Gunslinger because of the skeet shooter thing. That's actually pretty fucking good. Okay, so you'll tell me A or B. I don't want to hear like an explanation for it or anything like that. I'm sure you have very smart ideas and observations. I just want to hear A or B. Let me see it in chat. Chronic, just tell me A or B. Thank you. Okay. So it's kind of split. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10. Okay. So right now it's 10. It's 4 to 10. You were right. So it's 4 in favor of A, 10 in favor of B. However, need straw poll. Look, I will get less boomery with the chat and everything. If it could be a quick command that I could do, that'd be great. But I just don't know how to run that shit. I need to be looking at it. But give favor on range checks against enemies who haven't moved since the start of your last turn. Damage dice for your ranged weapon attacks are one size larger. This is something that gunslingers really like. They really like it a lot. A would be difficult to keep track of compared to B. Yep. I believe YouTube streaming has a built-in straw poll system. Does it? YouTube stream straw poll system. Live stream straw poll. Just pick C, number 16. How do I run this?
Hi, this is Joe Photos.
Okay. Hi, Joe. Strawpoll.com. This is not. These are all like separate of YouTube. I need to look into it. I keep asking for it a lot. Deboomerification in process. Yeah. That's the thing though, is like you can't really grow up in Oklahoma without you. I'm sorry, like something in the water kind of like makes us anti like learning tech. I don't know. Yeah. Could we do if you don't move, then you get B? Why? Why make it more complicated? A seems like a class feature, to be honest. You have favor on range attacks, range checks against enemies who haven't moved since the start of your last turn. Or the damage dice to your ranged weapon attacks are one size larger. Steady aim. You know what? Here's the reason why we're gonna do both. Gunslinger really likes B. Rogue really likes A. If you want to go rogue sniper, you've got that. If you want to go gunslinger, you really like marksmanship. Or if you have a couple to burn, you just get both. Where'd that go? Experts. You have favor on range checks against enemies who haven't moved since the start of your last turn. Right? And then the damage dice of your ranged weapon attacks are one size larger. Yeah, B is simply good. Yeah, marksmanship is just good. Could marksmanship be a class feature like for gunslinger, like intercept for barb and pugilist? Why do you want to like hurt on what hunters got going on? Like this feels like a sick, nasty thing for hunter to pick up. I think that they're probably bigger in the hunter could get it too, but it's always part of the gunslinger core. Like just saying you get the marksmanship perk. D12 Arbalist Fighter is gonna have a fucking blast, yeah. This. I really wanted to hear, for some reason, really wanted to hear Final Fantasy VIII music for a second. I don't really have a mood like that, so we're just gonna follow that thread. Final Fantasy VIII. The design seems so inconvenient, not gonna lie. It is a little bit. Dark Nightmare 0912. Hey, welcome, welcome. There was a gunslinger barbarian with a tag going postal. Give me... No. How's it going? Nice to have you. Okay. So we're gonna some D&D over. So how are you doing? Oh, good. Just wrapping up what I think is gonna be a super interesting update. We can get rid of the freebie perk. If we give every class a freebie perk at first level, we can get rid of the freebie perk from first level that everybody seems to keep forgetting. Forget? Everybody seems to keep forget. No. Everybody seems to keep... Why does that sentence sound fucking stupid? That everybody seems to keep forgetting. That's the right word, right? Why does that sound wrong? Everybody seems to keep forgetting. And so we wouldn't necessarily... Shut up, Ken. To keep forgetting. Yes, right? Forgetting about, I guess? It sounds wrong. Toast? Does anybody smell toast? Hey. Oh, also, I keep wanting to check Twitter because I'm getting a sneaking what the fuck? Oh yeah, this track. Nah, that's... Okay, now I remember why I'm not always in like a... Why I'm not always in a Final Fantasy X mood. Amelia. Oh, this is so fucking weird. Wizards of the Coast got out their... They got out the alternate versions of the player's handbooks to influencers, but people that ordered them have been cut off. Dude, this is so fucking weird. I don't know why they didn't make that move. Sunday. Okay, so typically within... Okay. What message request did I get? No. Why give it to Gunslinger for free when they can use their level 1 perk to get it? So that's the deal. If a perk is so good that it should be picked up by everybody who wants it, like if it's just basically something that is so good that the class just, you basically tell them you have to go and pick this up, it should just be a given. But you don't want to cut stuff off that like everybody would like to get as well. Yeah. If I wanted to build a fighter that went and got marksmanship, I'd like to be able to go and get that. So I heard Taron wants to get rid of perks. That's not... Wait a minute. Brain Blast. You gain a perk with a warrior archetype prerequisite. Further, the roll required for you to crit on attack checks and saves to block or dodge attacks is reduced by 1, and is reduced by 1 more when you reach 4th and 8th levels in this class. No. Just don't want the class features to get too bloated. But we might. I mean, I might just get rid of the freebie perk at first level, because so many of these are like, please go take this. Please take this. But you gain the marksmanship perk. Okay, this is too hokey for me. There we go. That's why we can't nice things. Yes. Maybe you can put it in a spellcasting feature. No, here's the problem we got. I got a couple of gremlins in chat trying to convince me to make this game more complex than it needs to be. Hush, gremlins. We're gonna work on seeing what we can push back against here. I don't mind the marksmanship going over here to gunslinger. Okay, I'm trying to prevent this from forcing me into bloating out everybody else. Marksmanship perk. This is really good. I like this. This is the tie-in to... This is the last tie-in to Heavy's Gunslinger. But it's worth noting that it's the track heaviest thing in the entire game. I think people like it. You deal an extra die of damage when you crit with a ranged check. That's really good. When you crit on a ranged attack, damage dice explode. Attack. There we go. I don't know, chat. What are we thinking? It's too slow. Sure. I don't know. What do we got? What do we got? Its marksmanship is really good. But now it's like, I've got these two class features. Okay. Here's what I think. I'm thinking about it like this. The reason why I gave you a perk at first level was because I hate backgrounds, okay? I don't like backgrounds in any TTRPG because I think that it's such a it's a really flowery way to try and just get you a bit more oomph, and that's what players want, is they want more oomph. They tried to like give you ribbon features as backgrounds, and what has happened is over the last 10 years, what we've now discovered is people don't like whenever you get ribbons. They really like whenever they get mechanics. So now D&D is having the whole issue of like, well, now I've got to go and get, I've got to give everybody feats in their backgrounds and whatnot right now, right? People really like the customization of level 1 characters. They do. Grit is track heavy, but I don't think they look like fighter. I think they should crit a lot, and grit is track heavy, but I don't think that they should look like fighter, which is in the next direction potentially. Yeah. So the reason why everybody was getting a perk was because I wanted to give you like, oh, okay, well here's a bit more of the character expression of like, it's a freebie, right? But that's the deal. People aren't taking it as a freebie of like, this is what I do, what I learn, or what the hell ever. Everything in the game is granted for combat. Deadeye is a defining feature, yeah. This is the deal. Pretty much everything that's in the game right now is granted to give you mechanical facelifts for like combat or exploration. And if you're like, well, I want to go pick this thing up because it's flavor for like where my farmer dude came from. Look, that's not what people are picking up in this game. They're picking up stuff because they're like, I know that this will really work out, and then we're gonna let like the rest of that stuff paint in the picture later on. No matter what, people keep picking up perks and stuff in this game because that customization is something that they are using to uplift themselves in combat. But the thing is, this is happening so often where we know what perks people are going to pick up. No matter what, we know whenever people go in and they get a freebie perk at first level, we know what they are picking up. We know that if you're going to be a gunslinger, you sure as shit are picking up marksmanship. If you go and you pick up the other one, it's there. It's an option, but like, this is so good for you, this should just be granted. It directly synergizes with Skeet Shooter. The damage dice explode with grit, so that's doing even more damage, right? You let out that extra skill be flavor, but you don't want to have a ton of wiggle room. Yeah, I'm like, you can get an extra perk. I mean, you can get extra skill. Maybe that's what we say, but like, the extra perk is like, I don't think it's helpful. I don't. I think it might be like bloating some characters out, and it's making them a little bit overwhelming to pick at first level. If we know that there's a perk that's so good that we're like, you need to take this, this is what we give you. Once a perk becomes mandatory, it should be a class feature. Perk should customize your character instead. Yeah. You gain the marksmanship perk. Further, when combat occurs, you can make one. Wow. Further, when combat occurs, you can make one attack before the first turn. Okay. So let's do this. If you gain an ability that grants you a perk that you already have, you can choose a different perk. We can get rid of this text right here. Because no ability should grant you a perk that you already have now. Wait, there's no way to have a redundant perk. I think we close that loop in here. Yeah, I think we close that loop in. It really bloats out first level in the yes and several times during character creation. It's almost a D&Dism. Yeah. You gain training with a skill or tool. If you gain training with a skill or tool you already have, you can choose training in a different skill or tool. We get rid of the perk. Right? You do a ribbony origin. No. We don't do ribbons. No. We're getting rid of all that extra fucking weird D&D ribbony crap. No. I know some people really think that, like, hey, that's cool. I like to have something that expresses my character in here. If we do anything that is giving you more than, like, oh, you smell of wild berries, then it's just like that's not really what Vagabond is geared toward. Let's make this game fucking refined to a razor's goddamn edge, right? EDism is becoming a fucking buzzword to me. Well, it is a thing. There, I guess, like the flair of what it means for D&D, like that voice of D&D. What if those free perks let you pick something else, or maybe that's a conversation out with your GM? What free perks? You mean like in this right here? I mean, you're getting training with a skill or tool is also just really good. We just keep that in here. That's all good. We get rid of the extra perk because we're like, hey, your class is going to get you a perk. Like, you get marksmanship or a perk of your choice. No. If the perk is so good that it needs to be a class feature, no. No, this is defining the way that this needs to operate. This is another reason why we cannot, we have to decide on a perk that is going to be that good that we have to give it to them. And that is, if we look at, like, where was it? You gain the Deft Hands perk and can use it, take its use action, right? So there is a mechanic that they're going to get that benefits from this right here. And by the way, you're going to get a perk at the next level. You're going to get a perk that you can choose from anything at the next level. Or wait, no, in 2 levels. Yeah. You get a stat improvement. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the kind of thing, like, we only leave it up to modularity if it needs to be left up to modularity. Yeah, now your class is giving you your first perk. If you need the perk. You might base attacks. Yeah, deal an extra roll and can explode. Further, you can choose to go berserk as a part of making an attack. You remain berserk this way for 1 minute unless you choose to end it or go unconscious. Yep. You gain the interceptor perk. Yep. See? This is feature. But that's over in the perk section. Hey, what do you know? We just caught a typo. Perk. Okay. We decide resist to all damage is too strong. It's just, yes, in the barbarian, the way that resist is working in this game is that it removes a damage die. If we give it to barbarian as a part of rage and not something that would be like way later on, that one feature alone, just saying you have resist to all damage while berserk, is capstone worthy. It's that fucking good. You ignore one damage die from any attack. From any you ignore one damage die while berserk. That's fucking insane. This does introduce a lot of page flipping. It didn't introduce it. It got rid of it. It was already existing in the other version. Only it's more. What does ribbon mean, like superficial? Yeah. It's just, for flavor. Yep. But in terms of like mechanically, what does it do? It's like, it's nothing. It's not actually doing something that benefits you in combat. And like, if the only times that it really comes into play are moments where someone's like, ooh, and then there was this one time that really paid off for this thing over here, and it was like, okay. You still had to flip to perks to pick your first level. Yep, that's the thing, is it's actually getting rid of it. It's saying, here you go, it's this one right here, go take that. I think that they actually, here, boom, get this to second level. Rage and Wrath. Rage and Wrath. Go. Fearmonger looks cool though. Just the name itself is just like, oh. And someone said, I forgot who said it in chat, but whenever they did, I was like, oh. How is that not like a death metal band? Wait, is it? Fearmonger. They are a band. All right, let's hear it. All right, Fearmonger. Now's your chance to premiere on a fucking 20,000 sub YouTube channel. All right. This is The Colossal Price of Hubris. What do we got? Yeah, that's barbarian music. Blackwash, yeah. Go! It was funny. I always wonder how people actually really got that through. More like Warlock music. Yeah, how you're able to like push that like out like that. It just requires so much of your stomach. So Barbarians got this thing with Wrath that is really good. That's where they're gonna get their perk in, right? I like the idea. You can see it's keying off of it, right? You gain the Deft Hands perk at first level for them. I would like to Rage starts playing on their phone. I do like the idea that we say, like, here's your first level thing, and then here's where perks come in. Oh, okay, and then perks are featured later. I feel like I'd be close to vomiting if I sang like that. Yeah, there was a concert I went to, like, oh my god, what was this, 2011? Where was this? I think it was like, it wasn't Animals as Leaders. Oh god, I'm trying to remember where this was. I think it was at the Vanguard here in Tulsa, and oh, it was a showcase. Now I remember. There was a showcase of like a bunch of metal bands and stuff in the region, and one of the dudes fucking vomited. Oh man. Ooh. Oh. Oh, wait a second. Yup. 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 Guess what? Wild Shape is no longer locked in on Druids anymore. Spell known. Polymorph. You're the target of your polymorph spell. You can use your actions and abilities plus those of the beast. You use your cast stat for its attacks. Yeah, but all the saves, we don't need to make any change right there. You use your cast stats for its actions. Yep. You don't know how to feel about that? Why? So what, Druid now? So Druid's going to get this. They get the shape changer thing given to them at first level, right? He can do that? So we have everything that it's already going to get, right? Shape changer. All right, cool. We're going to be cheeky. Okay. You get the shape changer perk. Now, that's a pretty iconic thing to pull out of Druid. What? Wait, why is Druid the only one that should be getting that one? Why not Witch? Why not Wizard? Right? Hey, you know what? You know what? Hang on. I got this. I can show you. I can show you exactly why this does not need to be an exclusive for Druid. Uh-huh. Probably one of the most iconic fantasy fights of all time. What's going on? Yes. This is why this is why we pull it away from just Druid. Sword in the Stone.
We're having a wizard's duel. What's that mean?
Oh, it's a battle of wits. The players change themselves to different things in an attempt to destroy one another.
Destroy?
But just watch, boy. Just watch. You'll get the idea.
Archimedes.
Now,
First of all, if you don't mind, I'll make the rules.
Rules indeed. Why, she only wants rules so she can break them.
I'll take care of you later. Featherbrain. Now, rule 1, no mineral or vegetable. Only animal. Rule 2, no make-believe things like, pink dragons and stuff. Now, rule 3, no disappearing.
No. Rule 4, no cheating.
All right. Now, pace off 10. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Merlin, she disappeared. Huh? Ma'am, now, you made the rules.
Come on now. Yes. Yeah, this is what Vagabond's supposed to look like. Yep. Ooh, wait, what if... Uh-oh, you know why? Oh, you know what? Ooh, you know why we're gonna do it this way? You want to know why this doesn't kill Druid? You want to know? I told you all. Hey, look. Anytime we do this, okay? Anytime we get on here and you're like, Taron, what? That seems like, why would you be doing something like that? That feels like that's gonna like mess up something I really like, Taron. I really hate you, Taron. Fuck you, Taron. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? You get the shape changer perk. And can take an action granted by that granted by the beast. You turn into as a part of the cast action. Boom! Boom! Look at that! Oh shit, I need to be a bear! That's so fucking good. That is so fucking good. Look at that is not a thing of like, I change and now I have to wait. Okay, next turn I can do the thing as the turtle. Okay, now we go, right? No, this is immediate. Boom, you turn into the thing. There you go. You got censored? Well, you must have said something horrible. Yeah, it must have been more so to swear. I got censored for swearing. Go. Ooh. All of y'all that are like, Taron, wait, what are you gonna do now? Because, like, that seems like that takes a lot of love away from him. There you go. Always be polymorph. Boom. And then because of that, they go over here and they get shape changer immediately. Said fuck you, Taron. I hate you, Taron. I don't... I think YouTube's auto moderation might be doing something there, but yeah. If shape changer is being pulled out of Druid, then why not Sorcerer's Tap? I like the unique thing happening there. I like the unique thing happening for the class. But with shape changer, that feels like that's a bit more. I literally just showed like it's coming from another movie, right? Like the whole idea that like wizards and witches might get into like a battle like that, you know. Ever seen Revenant? Yeah. All right, we need a change. We need a different name that isn't Wild Shape. I don't even want to fuck with it with wizards. What's the like? What's the oomph? What do we got here? Wild Shape. There's I turn into things. I'm a Primal Instinct. I like Primal. Well, we got Primal Mystic up here, right? Primalist. We're already using Primal. All right, let's get Primal out of here. Wild is fine. Wildling. Form Shaper. Be shaped to be as uninspired as I can be. Is Wildling cool? Changeling we've already got as an ancestry. Protozoan. Beast Heart. Predator. Just like, give them a just give them a feature just like Predator. No. Child Predator. Animal aspect. Sorcerer should get vehement magic. Let me take a look. Feral Shift. I kind of like Feral Shift. That's kind of cool. Feral Shift. Taron, no. Taron, yes! Feral Shift. Alright, what was the, you said Vehement Magic? Yeah, Circle of the Moon. Yeah. We might move this out of here then. Inner Beast. Pugilist, we know we're gonna move Interceptor up. Beat Rush is really good for them at second. Yeah, we're fine with that. Call of the Wild. I have no idea what the fuck we're gonna give Revelator. Look, Rogue getting Resourceful. That's already really good. So they have Prodigy here. Damage rolls from spells you cast explode on a roll of 1. Is YouTube censoring Taron's audio, or was that just your internet? Probably just your internet. You think his stream stutters sometimes? What? Wait, why is it my internet and not you all's Walmart internet? Why are you shifting the blame on me? Take responsibility for your shitty internet, alright? I got fiber optic. Just give them meta magic. Oh yeah, that was who am I calling Walmart? It's more like what I called Walmart. Gah. Your augment maximum increases by 1. You can take this perk multiple times. Ooh. Yeah. 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 You still miss when Sorcerer had no augment limit? I mean, so you miss cheating is what you miss? Yes. That's what I'm thinking. What's going to be the plus? Sorcerer doesn't really have that mana to meet that limit at first level unless they have shift presence. 2 times your sorcerer, or 4 times your sorcerer level 4. Yeah, that's true. Equal to presence, you regain mana when you rest. So then we give him more mana. Usage of spellcraft instead of meta magic for a name. People like meta magic. It's fun. It kind of like meta magic. Meta magic. More mana with Prodigy, and then that's fixing that. I mean, we could just do... We could just move tap up there. That's the thing, is we just move tap up into meta magic. I mean, that immediately gives them the asymmetry right there. I mean, you know, look, if you roll up a sorcerer, okay, if you roll up a sorcerer and you go like, oh yeah, this is what we're going to use to get through this dungeon, and then you get to the end of it and you're just like, Final Flash! Boom! And like, you know, I mean, that's on you. You do that. You do that. I do think the asymmetry of it is a lot of fun. Do it. Do it. You crit on cast checks on a roll of 19 to 20, and your spells use a D8 damage die rather than a D6. I love that everything is just like, It's tasty, right? You want a little bit of that? That should be good. Is there like a deadline for the book? I mean, you know, 2015. Wait, 2015. Holy shit. Wait, we're late. 2025. I know you can buy it and you get updates when it's final. Yeah. We gotta send this book back in time. Yeah. All right. Spellslinger. Let's move it up to for second. Okay. And then fourth, we need... Quickening is so fucking good. You can skip your move to cast a spell. Oh, no. This is the second Kickstarter, yes. Here's what I think. Yeah, it's gonna go at a later level. Quickening, we're gonna kind of move the pacing around on this. Arcane Anomaly, you resist magic damage. If you cast the same spell twice in a turn, the second cast check is favored. Okay, let's read this down real quick. I mean, it's definitely a scary sorcerer right now. Okay. Glamour, you can cast spells using influence. Spells, you learn 4 spells. You get another spell every 2 levels in this class hereafter. Every 2, how about sorcerer levels? Levels hereafter. Boom. Yes. Okay, are all the spells custom in Vagabond? Yes. Yep. Okay. Arcane Tank, barely. It's really good. You resist magic damage. You resist magic damage is good. But that says dog shit for attacks. And we already know Might Sorcerer kind of works weirdly. You can make whips cool? What? Barbarian 8 magic damage? Yeah, Barbarian 8 magic damage, yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about this, right? You can cast spells using influence, 4 sorcerer spells. This is all standard MO shit, okay? Tap. You gain the meta magic perk. Further, when you cast, you can reduce your maximum health and regain mana equal to 2 times the health reduction. This reduction ends when you rest. If you die from this reduction, the cast resolves before your death, and your body is vaporized. Okay. So, this is a... Aha. We need a nuke. We need a, like, holy fucking shit. We have got to get... We have to end this shit right the hell now. Like, what are we gonna do? Well, and then the sorcerer goes, I can just blow 20 mana on a thing and, like, nuke this whole area. I'ma die, though. You gain the magic, Mario. Spellslinger. You crit on cast checks on a roll of 19 to 20, and your spells use a d8 damage die rather than a d6. That's good. That's really good. Quickening. You can skip your move to cast a spell. No mana can be spent on this casting. Okay, the first is like, holy shit, that's really great. The second part is like, okay, thank Christ, right? Arcane Anomaly. You resist magic damage. Okay, that's easy and quick. Spell Twinning. If you cast the same spell twice on a turn, the second cast check is favored. So, fire, right? It's like, or like I'm warming up. This is where this goes fucking buck wild. Is it balanced to have a living nuke next to a man who can use the sword really well? Look, the thing is that living nuke can do that as a one-time thing. As a one-time thing. And I prefer talking about, in terms of any balance things, I prefer just making sure that the game works. And I let the balance questions and stuff, I kind of... That's a final polishing thing. We're trying to make sure that the idea is, like, workable right now. Overpowered. You crit on cast checks on a roll of 18 to 20. Further, you can skip your move to gain 2 fatigue. Doing so lets out an audible manifestation. How about this? Further, when you cast, you can choose to gain 2 fatigue. Doing so lets out an audible manifestation of your magical power, which can be heard out to the nearest mile. If you do, you regain C to 6 mana at the start of your turns, and you do not have an augment maximum for your spells for this time. This is funny to have in here for the Vegeta blow up thing. Yeah, this is the thing that I think I'm gonna start telling people is like, I think with Sorcerer, with D&D, Sorcerer feels more like the magical girl class. Sorcerer with Vagabond feels like you're going Super Saiyan. That's kind of where I feel like this class feels more like a fucking muscle Chad who just so happens to be able to throw spells out there. This is funny to have in here. We can trim it though because we just don't need it. It can be here, not to the nearest mile. If you do, you regain CD6 mana at the start of your turns, and you you do not have a spell augment maximum. Right? When you cast, you can choose to gain 2 fatigue. If you do, you regain CD6 mana at the start of your turns. Yep. And you don't have... And you don't have a spell augment. Can we just get rid of this? Have an augment maximum for this content die. Wait. Should we lose? Roses of red weapons against me prosper with the second. With the sacred treasure, I can't. What? Is that like some deep cut weave shit that I don't know about? Okay. I like that. You get a perk. Right there in the first level feature. We try to make sure that these perks are thematic, that they want to... Oh, fuck. What do we give the Vanguard? Stupid reference. Dude, shit. What do we give the Vanguard? What perk was... And they're not just going to get bully. We can move aggressor up over here. Wait, they already get rampant charge. If you hold your action, you can use the held action or move as late as the end of your next turn. Actually, hang on. Strategist. The interceptor... You gain the interceptor perk, and if you hold your action, you can use the held action or move as late as the end of your first turn. You gain the interceptor perk. Patience. I need to remember patience. Hang on. Boosh. I mean, they're already getting this, though, because they've got a shield. It's really good, but they've already got a shield, so they've already got this part. I mean, now they're just double favored, I guess. What perks interact with shields? Yeah, it's just a little bit redundant. I mean, they can get favor again, but protector. If you have a weapon with the if you have a shield equipped. Here, we're just gonna say if you have a You can block on behalf of an ally that fails their save. I guess we give him Protector, right? Yeah, well... So, the way that it works is... Favor... Okay, so this is different from Demon Lord. Basically, here's the way that it works. Yeah, every class is starting out with a perk at first level. Yeah, we're getting rid of the freebie perk. Alright, so let's say this. Favor... Okay, well, that's not really how it works. Okay, either way, favor and hinder cancel each other out. Okay, so if let's say I have 2 favor and 3 hinder, what is my role here? Is this favored or hindered? How much hinder applies to the check? Let's see, chat. Can we do math? How much hinder is applied? Like, what do we got here? So this would be, you gotta make a video titled "These Changes Made My RPG Better" or something. Get those backers. Right, we have 1 hinder. Exactly, we have 1 hinder. Now, let me do this. Chat. What happens in this situation? How many d6s am I rolling on this hindered check? See if people caught up with everything that was going on with the changes. Okay, so there's 1 guess. Really? Oh, okay. Interesting. We're seeing who was all caught up. Ah, so that is... So what you all are describing is the way that Shadow of the Demon Lord does it. That is not the way we're actually doing it. The way that we're doing it... You never got a notification I was streaming? Rip. Oh, I let everybody know. You're actually only rolling 1d6 with that. Yeah. It's a hindered roll, so it doesn't matter how much or how little you have. Only one of the d6s is going to be rolled. Reason being, as much as I could really think about this, it's just a fraction. A fucking minor, super minor fraction of improvement whenever we keep talking about, well, you know, you're going to add another d6 in here, another d6 in here, yada, yada, yada. Most likely, if you're rolling with hinder, or sorry, you're rolling with favor, how common is it to have favor or hinder? I mean, it happens. Quite often in some cases, but yeah. So this is an influence, though, that we know absolutely influences the d20 roll. This, no matter what, sometimes you could make a roll where it's just like, I rolled a d20 and I got 2 14s. Okay, so in that instance, we didn't really make a roll that had an advantage to it. That advantage was perceived. So our roll was not actually beneficial. It was chance being fickly. With this, chance, it still exists, but we know it's a benefit. We know it's a benefit, or we know it's a penalty. So that's why we're going with this. If you have a shield equipped, you can block on behalf of an ally that fails their save against the attack of an enemy that's adjacent to you. You gain the Protector perk. Her? Weird. Okay. They don't really need this 10-foot bonus to speed. Further, if you hold your action... If you hold your action, you can use the held action or move as late as the end of your next turn. So if you have hinder from 5 different sources and favor from 2 different sources. Okay, so 5, and then 2 from the others. And and they cancel each other out, how does it make sense that you only roll 1 die? Because to roll all 3 of those and add it to it, it just adds more shit to do. It just adds more shit. Just make it the 1. That's the only one that applied, right? So the influence is a plus or negative 3.5. Forces a shield. What if a vanguard wants to wield a big weapon? Then they should play a barbarian, or a revelator. Everybody that's okay. So if you're not familiar with the vanguard, and you're like, why would you want to wield a shield? You are not familiar. You need to read the class. This is, of everything I've made in TTRPGs, this is probably the thing I'm most well known for right now at this point. There is an archetype that existed that was being left totally unfulfilled in like 5e that people were just not able to make. And I was so fucking stoked whenever I saw that there were like people that were on the WotC design team that were like, you just can't make a tank in a TTRPG. There's just no such thing as that sort of active tanking. And I was like, all right, whole ass, I'm gonna make you wear that clown nose this time in a couple months. So I was really inspired to like make this fucking class. This you've seen a hoplite build for this thing. It's possible that if you wanted to make attacks and whatever, but yeah, here's the deal though. This is like, if you're playing a vanguard, you want to push shit. You want to do heavy control. To you, damage output doesn't really fucking matter. You want to just steamroll shit. PD2 did a Vanguard type class and it was so disappointing after playing year 1? Oh, well, I mean, shit. Yeah, shields are weapons. Yep. Now, if people are rolling it up where they have like a spear and a shield, you do you. If that's cool for you, you do you. But the majority of things that I'm giving you as a Vanguard are, you need to be a fucking train. I want you to run in there and be an absolute goddamn wrecking ball. And so far, everything I've heard from people, they were like, this is how we were supposed to do that in TTRPGs. Got it. So if this is the mark I leave behind, where people are like, hey, Taron made Vagabond and he did that Vanguard thing, hell yeah. Yeah, the number of times I've had people that were like, dude, this just ignites that like dude bro thing in my mind where I'm like, I fucked that thing up. Like, yes. Protector, hold your action to move. This needs to be called Stalwart. Right? Someone in chat, remind me if I'm wrong on that. Vagabond Vanguard. Cool. Yeah. How's it going, Nick? Is it Stalwart or Stalwart? I think it's Stalwart, right? Stalwart. Not Stalwart. Be sure to change it to first level. Thank you. Stalwart. Thank you. So, you get into Protective Perk. Further, if you hold your action, you can use the held action remove until the end of your next turn. Yeah, you hear Thompson take interplay. Yeah. Batwart. Fourth one. Okay. Damn. Oh, this is going to be a hurdle, huh? Fuck. What do we put on the witch? One of the ritual perks. When in doubt, give them meta magic. That's the thing. I mean, are we gonna have to make a new perk for this one? No. No. Yeah, but it's not the only witch fantasy. It's just one of many. The problem is, yeah, you don't force the horse. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna call it that! Yeah, holy shit, yes. We have to just call it that from here on out. Yeah, don't force the horse. Yep. Okay. Holy shit, that's funny. When in doubt, fireball. We could say choose either the Adme, familiar. You gain either the Adme, familiar, or something else perk, but medium is there. You have to. You finish uni and go out for food, and you're still working. Hey, have any of y'all heard of an 8-hour workday? Medium is there, but it's kind of meh. And I don't really know what to do. You can use any divination implements as a as a trinket. You can conduct a ritual as a scene task. Oh, yeah, we can get rid of this. To ask up to 3 questions from the GM, which can only be answered with a yes or no. The fates are the source of this information, and will answer these questions truthfully. Afterward, you can't use, can't conduct this ritual. Until you complete a quest. You went to sleep and woke up and he's still streaming? Guys, I've only been streaming for 4 hours. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? I've only been on here for 4 hours. And there's been an average of like, 35 plus people in here. Usually I'm like, all right, what's it been? Like 6 hours and there's like 10 people hanging out? Yeah, it's probably a good time of day. All right, guys, I'll see you later. Like something like that. You can use any divination implements, such as the tarot card and rune sense as a trinket. We don't need this here. Those are already in the trinkets. That can go. You can conduct a ritual scene task to ask up to 3 questions from the GM, which can only be answered with a yes or no. The fates are the source of this information and will answer... We'll answer these questions truthfully if possible. Afterward, you can't conduct this ritual until you complete a what? Okay, quest. Is this feature different than a ribbon? If somebody in chat wouldn't mind answering that, because I know I have my own thoughts, but like, I think that this actually kind of is. But But if you've been playing the game and everything like that, feel free to let Tiny Tactician know, because I think in guided play, this is actually pretty decent. At least if they just need to get some help in where they need to go next. If applicable. Mr. Kidding my people. Oh, later, Phoenix. Thanks for hanging out. Solo or co-op, it's useless. That's the problem. Yeah, it just relies on a GM in order for it to, like, be decent. Questions from the GM, which can only be answered with a yes or no. The faithful... Okay. You may be back. Any food bad? No, I'm kind of right there with you. I'm like, all right, chat. What am I getting? What's my food today? Because I need to order now because I got a gig at 7 actually. What am I ordering, chat? We had pizza last night. A burrito. We had Mexican food. Hero. I haven't had a hero in like... Ooh, buddy. It's been a second, actually. Burgers? I always had burgers. Not super long ago. You gonna sleep later, Chronic? Use some hummus. It's good. Oh yeah, I forgot Arby's is doing those now. Tzatziki's. I'm sure Tzatziki's is just stupid expensive though. It's all Greek to me. How barbecue heavy is the area? It's Oklahoma. So kind of. The problem is it's all like rib crib. Wait, are rib cribs a regional thing? Sushi in Oklahoma? No, we have a lot of sushi. Yeah, rib cribs aren't exact. Or sushi isn't exactly. Wait, you guys don't have a rib crib? I'm only seeing them in Tulsa. You all have never heard of this before? You all have never heard. Wait, what? Oh God, I thought they were bigger than that. Really, you all have never heard of rib crib? Dude, yeah, Salina, well, yeah, Amarillo, Texas, right? Here. You never seen it? Y'all have never heard of rib crib? This is what? No, I've never heard of awards. I mean, it's good. Rib crib is definitely good. The problem is everything is crazy fucking expensive. That is, wow, what a logo. New to me looks good. It's like Dickie's barbecue. What? Yeah, I mean, if you're in Tulsa, hey, this is like not a bad spot. Wichita, yeah, so Kansas, okay. So it sounds like Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. Well, like they're based out of Tulsa. Go to a rib crib. Let me see here. Can we do like in the region? Oh, wow. I did not know that. Oh my God. Yeah, every rib crib is like, oh shit, I feel dumb. Like every rib crib is solely located right in here. Okay, no wonder. Their meat is usually dry. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like I would recommend rib crib. It's not like a thing that you guys definitely have to go hit up right now. It's all right. see. It's an Okie primary, yeah. Show you the Carolinas, just get some Bojangles. I've heard of Bojangles, I don't know what the hell it is. Greek dinner, yeah, Tabbouleh Heroes. Okay, there we go. Not Bojangles. I love how that's the one thing I can always like I can always count on is I'll say something about like, hey Chad, is this restaurant any good? And then just watching as people go fucking crazy and yeah, someone told me to pick up the Buck Nuggets or the Bucky's Nuggets or whatever the hell they're called. I want to keep calling them Buck Nuggets because it sounds so funny to me. But yeah, someone said to pick up like Buck's Nuggets or something, and I was like, okay, well, I'll just go find them at like the World Market or something like that. Apparently, I can order them on Amazon, but I don't know. There's something weird about that. Oh yeah, one of the other things. Did you know? Have y'all ever heard of a Lion Bar? Yeah, have you all ever heard of the Lion Candy Bar? A what? Yeah. I felt like I was in some, like, I don't know, alternate dimension fucking bullshit whenever I heard about this. Yeah, apparently these are, like, incredibly popular over in, England. Speaking in runes. Yeah, like, but I mean, anyone in the US, were you able to see these? Could you go buy one of these at a gas station? It looks like a white-ass 90s candy bar. Yeah, Poland is top 3, yeah. But see, if you're in the US... Not here? Yeah, see, that's what I thought. I tried one. There isn't a corner store here without them. Yeah, I tried one the other day. And the only way I can describe it is like, think of... Okay, if I was like to translate what the taste of this was like for Americans, it was like... There was like a waffle crisp, like rice patty thing here in the center that had kind of caramely... like a kind of caramely flavor around it. And then this layer out here, this is where this shit gets dangerous, okay? This shit out here... You know those Crunch Star Crunch things you can get from like Little Debbie's or what the fuck ever that are like baller? Imagine that as a coating on the outside of a caramel wafer. Yeah, it looks like a big cat with a Snickers on it. Kind of. It's not like a Snickers. It's like a Star Crunch. They are stupid scary good. Now, I had one of them. And I bought another one, and I ate it immediately, and I knew, yep, no more of this. I was like, okay, this shit's too good. Yeah, no, if you've never had it, it's like a less shit Twix bar. A little bit, yeah. Sounds like diabetes. It was good. It was good. I just know, never fucking eat it again, because... I'm gonna, yeah, see, this is another problem. This is another problem. They're dirt cheap. I found a new addiction. Yeah, here's the other problem. Guys, this is stupid. They are dirt cheap, and they're good. Let me make sure this is... Yeah, there's no addresses or anything here. Guys. This is so funny for someone who sees them every day. Dude, I've never seen this shit before. I heard about it. I'm trying to remember where I actually heard about it from. These are 30... Yeah, they're like $1 a bar. Yeah. Here in the US, it's like $2 for a candy bar. You can go get a fucking 30 or 24 pack of them off of Amazon for $30. That's nothing. That's... What? How much do Snickers cost? Amazon. Snickers box. We need 24 packs, right? That, I don't think that's a Snickers. No, there's 12 bars for 24. Here we go. Okay, well, that's 48 of them. Which, by the way, why? Oh, Halloween. Never mind. I immediately answered my own question. Okay, 48 Snickers bars. 48 Snickers bars. 42 bucks. That is a little bit cheaper than $1 a bar. Has candy gotten cheaper? What's shipping like? Amazon, so usually free shipping. This reminds me I need to get I need to get ready for Halloween shit around here. Candy tends to be super cheap there. Yeah, Halloween crawls closer. Dude. Oh my god. Bulk buying them, yeah. But, like, you just don't need this many. You don't need this many. You just don't. Like, wow. Well, yeah, okay, so they could be discounted because we're that close to Halloween as well. Dude, 30 bucks for... You would be a really fucking popular house with this loadout right here. Milky Ways are all right, except the almond Snickers. This is the only thing. Everything else in here, you're popular. This thing right here, get that old shit out of here. Stop looking at candy. I want black licorice. All right. Want me to put you on some good chocolate? I guess that's what we're on. Carlos V chocolate. Candy tier list. Oh man, how popular is Toblerone in the U.S.? You can find them. They're not like crazy hard to get. Holy shit! This shit? The guy with the one with the king on the front? Can I go get this at like the Mexican food like grocery store? You buy boxes? Can I go get this stuff at like in the US at like one of the Mexican food grocery stores and stuff? Yeah, you can. I might go give one a shot. Yeah, I'm like not really like a big candy guy at all. So whenever I'm praising something, you know, it's yeah. Looks like Mexican chocolates, yeah. Now I want to go give one a shot. Oh, is it marzipan? Just trying to look for okay, never mind. Want a good chip? Want a good chip? It has drink mix too, yeah. What's a good? I guess what's a good chip? What am I looking for in a good chip? What does anybody look for in a good chip? Oh yeah. Actually, there was a thing I wanted to do. Oh my god. Okay, I just realized the other day. Colmitos. I just realized the other day that I have over... Oh, Cheetos! Yeah, oh, you're just talking about Cheetos. Yeah, they're just Cheetos. Chili spice candies? I think so, yeah. Okay. You're not responsible with them yet. Oh, it's a flavor of them. Gotcha. Okay, I realized this the other day, and I'm kind of waiting on this order to get here, so that could just happen at any moment. So I was hoping to not be working on something for a second. So I realized the other day, I was talking with Josiah about this. I have played an ungodly amount of Balatro now at this point. And I have done like 0 content on it. And I need to write this shit off in my taxes. All right. Now, first off, if you haven't played Balatro yet, you need to get it. Okay. This game is fucking incredible. But I have over 400 hours in the game now. And this game is only getting more and more and more popular. So I figured I would just drop at least what I knew insofar as like playing it so far up to this point. The only one I think I might have, if I don't know what it is, I'll put it down at the, down here. But There's very few of them that I don't recognize. And I can assume... Yeah, so this is like a 4 of a kind. You probably get extra chips. Okay. There's an actually... Oh, yeah, no. I'm hoping that they actually make a play card set. I'm not sure that there's any way you could actually realistically play Balatro with an actual card set, but, you know, yeah. Okay, so let's start from the very, very tip top, because we're waiting on food to get here, all right? Coming in from binding advice that your flavor, how few jokers there are. Oh, yeah, no, for real, right? But Local Thunk is going to continue to keep building onto the game. You have to report playing games. Oh, no, it's something I can do. If you make content out of it, you can report it on your taxes. So it's a business expense, especially if you're making content like you're entertaining, like here on YouTube. Brilliant little thing, turns out. Now, all right, I'm just gonna start from the top. The best I can give it. So what this one does is each time that you play an 8, there's like a 1 out of 4 chance that you get a tarot card. Tarot cards are really, really good. You're able to manipulate your deck. It's a great thing to keep getting with tarot cards. However, it being on a chance and not just giving you the card, absolute trash. This used to be worse, and Local Thunk actually buffed it because it used to just give you a planet, and planet cards are actually just not as valuable as tarot cards because some of the tarot cards can just give you a planet card or two, and it being based on chance also, I don't know. I think that if Local Thunk is going to be buffing some cards, this is definitely going to be one of the top cards that he's buffing. The 8-ball is just like very meh. Abstract comes in clutch sometimes, it turns out. Getting started, this one's actually pretty decent. If you have a shitload of negative jokers, this one's actually pretty fucking great. What I missed, get used to it. That's my streams. Welcome. So like Abstract Joker is what this one is doing is like you get like a +3 to molt per joker that you have. And this is like not bad as a starter. You get going with it, you can cook up some good shit, but ultimately you're going to wind up selling it. I think that like this one, as a starter, it's up here in A. It's nice, it's reliable. For the entire game, it's a B. But if you get a bunch of negatives, there's probably an argument that this one's back up in here. But honestly, if a molt joker isn't getting you like over 20 molt super consistently, even at 20 molt, I'd say that it's probably down here. Oh, Acrobat. This is on the last hand, you get like a ×3. I've never had this one really come in clutch. This is okay, I think, but like there's so many better molt cards. I ignore this one. Even if I get it for free, I sell it almost immediately because I would just rather not have the headache of trying to play with it. Ooh, Arrowhead. This one gives you +30 or +50 chips for every spade that you play. And if you're playing with the plasma deck, this is like pretty fucking decent at just getting you ridiculous scores super early on. Eventually you'll transition into something else, and I think that there's better things for plasma deck than this right here. I'm gonna put it in C. Banner? I kind of feel like Banner's just sort of okay. I would rather have the extra discards that I could keep using to like refine shit. It's okay. Like, I prefer to have the freedom of like, if I'm playing with like a 0 discard version, if I'm playing like a 0 discard run, maybe this one's probably up here at B or A. But like the most that you're going to be getting out of it is like plus 150 chips, maybe 160. If you go over here and get Mary, where is that one? Like Mary Joker, maybe you can get it to like 200 chips or something. But I feel like that's just as much work as you would be putting into getting the straight Joker going. And I just don't think that... I don't know. I think that the banner's probably all right. I'm sure other people are going to say that this is a God tier one. I think that it's kind of meh. Essentially what it is you get plus 30 chips per discard that you have remaining whenever you play the hand. It's okay. It's okay. You got 2 wins in a row recently with just Bootstrap and Rocket. Some money builds can go fucking wild. Bloodstone is most likely up here in A, maybe S. I'm going to put it up here in A. It is an easy way for you to get molt on top of molt. So 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5 is better than just getting flat mult. If you have, you know, replay, certain heart cards, this one's probably absolutely excellent. If you are getting ones like Blueprint or Blueprint or no, wait, this is Blueprint. This is oh my fuck. This one copies the leftmost Joker, and I can't remember. Is it? Oh my god. Chat. If anybody in chat can remind me, what the fuck is this one's name? There's Blueprint and you. I can't remember your name. Oh, fuck. Okay. Anyways. Bloodstone is actually pretty fucking good, it turns out. And if you get it, like, I'll probably pick it up, but like, if there's another better growing and scaling mult card that comes along, Brainstorm, fucking thank you. Okay. Yeah, if there's a better scaling mult card that comes along, I'll probably sell this one and pick it up, but like, Bloodstone is still pretty fucking good. Everybody knows Blueprint's God's here. If you get this one, you have to take it. You have to. There's no reason for you not to take Blueprint. This is possibly one of the strongest cards in the entire game because it's just that versatile. All it does is it copies whatever the Joker is to the right of it right here. So if I did this would mean that I have 2 Bloodstones in hand. It's literally doubling the best card that you have in your Jokers, and it's incredible. The only caveat is it has to be placed to the right of this Joker. Other than that, this is a way for you to copy legendaries in the game. Like the legendary Jokers that we'll get into, fucking incredible. You still haven't gotten Blueprint to show up yet? I think you have to unlock it. Double check what you need to unlock. Bootstraps. In certain builds, I think that this one's actually kind of good. If you go high money builds where you're duplicating a shitload from like luck or lucky cards and you've got a bunch of the gold stamps and everything like that, I'm sure that Bootstraps is actually probably pretty fucking good. More often than not, though, I like spending money. I like getting more shit. And I just don't really feel like I can find a place for Bootstrap to really fit in. Again, I don't think that this one's terrible. If I get it, then I'm like, okay, it's here. If not, yeah. Brainstorm. Okay. I like this one. I think that it deserves to be up here in S. For some reason, it feels a little bit more clunky. So with this one, you just place it to the right, and this copies it, right? So this is how this would work, okay? Now, the way that Brainstorm works is it copies the ability of the leftmost Joker. The ability of the leftmost Joker, typically the ones that are over there to the far left, you're not always really wanting to apply first. Those are the ones that you typically want to apply first. And going in order from left to right, for the one that you have copied over there, you can have a source of mult over there, and then this one kicking in over here. It really, this one wants to trigger with something that's times mult all the way over there, and then this one is your final kicker to like do a mult thing. It's okay. I still think I would probably prefer Blueprint anytime that I'm doing a run. This one just feels so much easier to play with. I think that this one is good. Before all that, I actually think that I would probably put it at the top of A. It is doubling up on a Joker. If you can, it is a way for you to double up on Blueprint, but it also just feels kind of complicated. I'll put it at the bottom of S. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun getting both. Yeah. Okay. Burning Joker. If you have the discards to play with, this one is actually pretty fucking great. But the problem that I have with this one is that doing the upgrade, if you're playing a high card run, this makes your run right here. If you do something like this, you have beaten high card run. Because all you do is you just discard any card from your hand, and you're upgrading your high card run by, like, usually, like, what, plus 6 or 7 mult every time you do. And you're getting the extra chips and everything. You're basically solving a run when you do that. Otherwise, if you go into even like slightly more complicated runs than a pair, this is just kind of here. You spin a discard, it upgrades your hand. It's good. It's good. I think that it's probably like at the top of B. But if you are able to get the things like blueprint into this one, can be pretty scary good. Business card, right? This is the one that gets you faces. Is it played faces or faces held in hand? This is played faces. Get you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting you, or 1 in 2 chance of making you $1. And then the one that's held in hand, what is it? Parking. Where's the parking one? Free parking? It's not this one. It's red. Is it not on here? Maybe we'll see it when we see it. Yeah, I don't see the free parking anywhere on here. Either way, neither one of them is actually really good. I think that the business card one is actually like, it's here. I'll pick it up and take it, but like I'm trying to sell it immediately. This is not the one that you maintain in your account anywhere whatsoever. Kano. Okay, so legendary jokers. Let me do something real quick. I want to actually hit the legendaries super quick. Because I only want to have to like stop and look them up. Yorick. And then I thought there was a 5th one. Perkio. Okay. So if I'm remembering this right, someone in chat remind me if I'm wrong. Yorick is the more that you discard, the more his molt improves. So if that's the case, and I've got this one right, Yorick is actually like kind of probably up here in like lower A, maybe like higher B. You can get Yorick up to some like kind of crazy stuff, but he takes a bit too long to scale. And like with the most often, like with the the later level stakes, you lose a discard. That's just like one of the stakes later on. So like there's sometimes where Yorick just doesn't do anything for you. If you can build him up and he goes fucking wild, very cool. But more often than not, I think Yorick, I'm actually going to just put him up here at the top of B. Good. If I get him, I'm not upset. If I have to sell him, I would rather sell him earlier than sell him later. Okay, Shiko. I think this is like the only one that I don't like seeing. All that Shiko does is disables the effect of every boss blind. Everything that plays with the boss blinds, I just don't like. It just feels weird. I actually think that Shiko is like, it's here. The boss blinds are not super hard to overcome, honestly, in the games. I would honestly rather have a Bloodstone. I would rather have a Yorick. I would rather have... if I'm looking at like what I would rather have... yeah. I just don't think that this Joker is all that fantastic, to be honest. Kano. Can somebody in chat remind me, is Kano the one that every time you play a king or a queen, it's multiplied by 3? Because if that's the case, Kano is like way up here at S tier. If you have this set up right here, you've won a game. Straight up. If you're able to duplicate Kano, or just do, blueprint Kano, and you're molting all your kings and queens by 2, fucking crazy good. Chico is good on specialty builds, but builds that would get stonewalled by the boss, I guess. I mean, maybe that's the argument there. Triboulet, hang on. Let me see here. Triboulet is one of the 5 legendary jokers. Oh, wait. I had it wrong. I had it backwards. Triboulet is right up here. Kano. So, it actually turns out I had it backwards. Triboulet is... provides multiple molt. Okay. All hands played. Wait, what's the effect? Oh, this one! Ooh, okay, now I remember. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Is there a version of the Hero Record version 16 that's form fillable? Yeah, it should be on Shopify. I'll go take a look though, but yeah. Okay, so everything I just said about Kano, I was wrong. It's actually Tribulate. That was the one that's like ×2 on your kings and queens. If you go for that, this one's absolutely fucking incredible. You're wanting to hang on to kings and queens anyways for most decks. The only one that you won't is the Abandoned deck, because it doesn't have any face cards. But absolutely everything else, Tribulate's not bad. Like, yeah. Kano, okay. I really like Kano. I really want this to be good. But it feels like he takes a lot to build into. If you do something, where's Paradoia? Yeah. If you do this, like Paradoia, Kano, and then, where's the trading card? Trading card. Where? I feel like we're missing some jokers on here. Trading card allows you to destroy the first card that you discard if it's the only card that you have out there. So if it's only one card, it just gets rid of it. This can also work with glass cards. So if you play it with glass, cool. You get rid of it, cool. It works with Hangman, right? Also really cool. But overall, I think Kano, except in like the very, very particular builds, this one's okay. It's good. I would say that Kano is probably in like... I'd be happy to see him. I would. And then I would immediately shift my build to make sure that Kano worked with it. I would immediately start destroying, looking for reasons to break everything I could. Perkio. God, he's got to go up here, right? He's got to be like the best legendary Joker. So what Perkio does is one of the fucking funniest mechanics in the game. Perkio will, if you have, he'll choose a random ass consumable that you have and make a negative duplicate of it. So there are certain other effects that you can get with like telescope, and it's like telescope and then planetarium or something like that, but it's the upgrade to telescope. Makes it to where all of the planet cards that are over in your consumables, all of your planet cards add plus 1.5 to your molt. So 1.5 times on the molt. So Perkio is the key to unlocking what people have done for like the infinite crazy ass shit with like just duplicating a shitload of your planet cards at the end of the shop. Absolutely insane. If you're able to get Perkio in that whole setup going on, that's where you can explore the boundaries of Balatro of like endless mode and breaking the scoreboard. It does stupid shit. It's great. Paradoia, except in the extreme circumstance of getting Kano and being able to break shit. I just don't think Paradoia is all that good. This is like super situationally pretty okay. I would honestly, yeah, as much as I've tried to make it work out, maybe it's like the replay face cards or something like that. Other than that, pretty meh. Oh, Ritual Knife. This is the most expensive ass Joker to make any good. If you have, like, okay, I think that there may be a run that goes absolutely fucking crazy, but it doesn't, it's this fucking card, this Joker is so hard to get working well. The thing that you have to do with this is the way that Ritual Knife works. It kills whatever Joker you have to the right of it, like this right here, and then this card gets molt times double what the sell value was for this one. If it sounds complicated, it's because it is. It's weird. This means that you have to keep constantly trying to feed this thing Jokers in order to get its molt up there. Now, whenever we're talking about the value of some of these, it's not that high. The sell value of a lot of these is like, for even your legendaries, these are like $10. Not much of anything. You can improve that value with certain cards like, looking for one. How is it the cards that I keep looking for I can't find on here? Not you. Oh my god. Someone in chat's got to know, right? You check your email for version 16 and the link says 15 but gives 16 for some reason? I don't know. I'll look into that. Having an eternal ritual dagger is the whole premise of one of the challenges. Yeah, it's like so hard to fuck with. Where was it? There is another card I'm looking for that increases the value of everything that you have in your jokers and your consumables. And I don't remember the name of it right now. And apparently we don't have it up in here. Anywho, this Joker is just a weird one to make work. Some people probably have it and they say that it's awesome or whatever. I think that this is, I don't know. If I get it, I'm not fucking with it. I'm selling it as soon as I can. Okay, so Certificate of Authenticity. I just realized there is another Joker in here that is missing that makes this one fucking incredible. Where's Photograph? No, wait, not Photograph. Holograph. This, like, isn't a complete list, is it? A local thunk made this one? Wait, but it doesn't have everything. Okay, so there is another Joker that is really good that is not on this list right now. Gift card is the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. There's another card that I'm thinking of that makes this one fucking so good. And it's either hologram or I'm pretty sure it's hologram. I think that Certificate of Authenticity just giving you, number one, it doesn't just give you a card. It gives you a sealed card. So these have things like it replays the card, or you discard this card to get a tarot card, or if you have this card held in hand at the end of the round, you get a free planet card. This is really good, but it's very build dependent. If you get hologram and you get Certificate of Authenticity, it's probably up here, like probably up in A, if not up here. If you are able to do this with hologram, fucking incredible. I think that Certificate of Authenticity, it's probably down here. I'm going to say it's in B. I'd say it's probably below Yorick. I would definitely rather have Certificate of Authenticity, though, over Burn Joker. Definitely over Abstract. Flush Malt, it's a decent starter. That's about it. A free reroll per shop. You get it, and then you sell it almost immediately. You get the free reroll, you get rid of it. Straights give chips on certain builds is probably okay. Debit card. Dude. So what debit card lets you do is, this is the only way you can spend over the amount of money you have. So if you have like $5 and you find debit card, you can now spend $25. What it means is the lowest amount of money you can spend, okay. Normally you can't spend any more. If you run out of money in the shop, you run out of money. Okay, $0, you can't buy anything. Bank card allows you to spend all the way down to negative $20. It turns out that's just fucking good, like really good. Yeah, and it's carried runs for you. Yeah. This card comes in clutch because suddenly you go from like not really having anything in hand to being able to design an entire build around this. Now, and so what I mean is you can buy enough shit that starts carrying your game and then sell it off later, and you have a complete list of jokers and everything that is fantastic for you. Probably also have a couple of tarot cards that are really carrying it for you. Yeah, pick up debit card. It's really fucking good. I've tried Hourglass. This thing is frustrating. I never play with it. Driver's license. I can barely ever get this thing online. And by the time that I do, it's so late in the run. I've got so many other things already giving me ×3 mult. This is not a good card. I would rather have it over business card, I guess. God God, I don't know. I might even put it down here. I think it's that bad. Yeah. Drunkard, this is an additional discard. This is okay. It's okay. It's okay. You get a plus one on your discard. The Sunset, this replays all the cards in the last hand that you play per round. I always forget that this is here. It's okay. That's kind of about it. It's replaying your cards. That's fine. You're probably going to sell it to get other shit. Yeah. Even Stevens or Odd Todds. I think this is Even Stevens. Because this is the one that gives you mult on top of your mult for even cards. Is okay as a starter. I tend to just sell it though eventually. And here we have Fibonacci. Would I prefer to have Fibonacci or Kano? Destroy face cards in order to multiply your mult. Dude, I don't know. If you could get anything going off with Fibonacci, dude, this card is fucking sick. I'm going to say this. I would rather have a Fibonacci than a debit card. I would rather have a Fibonacci than a Bloodstone than Yorick. I think Kano is where I start to go, like, I'm not super sure. I think I would rather have Kano at this point. So what Fibonacci does is every ace, 2, 3, 5, and 8 gives you +8 mult. And that's just really good. It's just awesome. It synergizes with so many different things. Full House is perfect for this. Even with straights, it's all right. Yeah, it's basically better walkie-talkie. Yeah. People have built entire builds around this card because it's just that fucking great. Even if you go basically nothing but aces in your deck, Fibonacci is still incredibly good. Even just, it's giving you a +8 for every ace that you have. You go to anything that can replay that, it's fucking awesome. Yeah. Flower Pot. If you have every suit in your hand, this gives you a ×3 mult. It's easier to make go off than driver's license. I just get frustrated with this one. If you go like, no, anything I'd even recommend to make it feel good is meh. Tarot cards, the Oracle or the Fortune Teller. Here we go. I really like Fortune Teller. It's probably one of my favorite scaling, like, flat mult cards. I feel like Fortune Teller is pretty fucking good. If you get this one with, like, anything that's going to give you extra tarot cards, this is God tier. Like, if you can get this one and Vagabond, which I also don't see Vagabond on here. Really weird. Vagabond would be up here in S, by the way. Vagabond is undoubtedly, like, one of the best cards in the entire game, and I'm not just saying that because of, bias. If you get this Fortune Teller with Vagabond, run it. Fucking absolute God tier run. So good. Fib on 2 pair is a good way to get your first win. Oh yeah. Fibonacci's pretty fucking cake to just like whole hog invest with Pants. Where is Pants? This is not full. This is not the full run. Wait. Where are all? Hang on a second. We can fix this real quick. 6 months ago. Unduel. Okay. Wait, can you not remix that one? Joker's version 1.0. Do we at least have all of the... Oh my god, yeah, there were so many that we didn't have on that list. Hang on. Alright, I'm going to clean this up real quick. There we go. Alright, we'll get it. Here, I'm going to put everything back in the same spot. This is going to take like 2 seconds. Okay, yes. Where's the legendary ones? Yeah, shameless plug. We have a more full Joker list here. Tribulary. We Joker. Okay, I was like, wait, what? Why did you just write we on it? Fibonacci here. Okay, this down here. Yeah, this was the worst version. Actually, yeah. I feel like this one, I would rather have this. Ancient, there we go. This is in B. Right? C, yes. Bloodstone up here. And then, oh my god, yes, there are so many Jokers in here now that I was like, oh my god, we were forgetting so many things. Yes, Fortune Teller. Chico is in C. Flower Pot's in D. Right, okay. Burn Joker is in B. Where's Certificate? We had Certificate. Okay, Brainstorm up here. Tribulate. We have, here we go. Right. Okay. I don't see the Certificate of Authenticity anywhere. Oh. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it didn't even have goddamn Cavendish on the other one. Yorick. Where's Yorick? Okay, so they are in somewhat alphabetical order. Banner. C. And then where's the arrowhead? Stone. Anywhere? Okay, we'll deal with that when we get there. Oh, Paranoia. Okay. God, there's so many in here that I'm like, we could... Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, let's stay zoomed out like that. Oh, later on, excellent answer. Okay. Now... Yeah, Mr. Vagabond loves Vagabond. Yes. Okay, so let's start from over here. Ancient Joker. If I'm remembering right, what this one does is... If you play the exact card that this is calling for, you get a ×2 mult or something. Or maybe ×3 even. It feels really situational. I'm sure some people have like builds catered to make this thing absolutely pop off. I'm going to put it at the bottom of A because I haven't been able to really make this one work for me. I guess that's kind of it. I have bootstraps. I'm going to put wherever I put that down here. I think I might have put it here. Okay. This one gets you plus 1.5 times mult for every uncommon card that you have that you're holding. Not uncommon and better. Okay, this card right here, the Gem Joker one, if it was... look, this might be busted, but I'm just going to say, I think if this one was 1.5 times for uncommon, 2 times for rare, 3 times for legendary, this would be an S tier. But as just uncommons, and only uncommons, I used to think that this one was so fucking cool and so good. It's not that great. If you get a shitload of negative Jokers, maybe this one's incredible. But they all have to be negative, and they all have to be uncommon. And it's kind of meh. Baron on certain builds, it's pretty easy to make Baron absolutely pop off. Each king card that you have held in hand it multiplies your mult times 1.5, which if you go with basically nothing but kings in your deck, this one's incredible. You can also have a lot of shit that replays all of that stuff. It can be quite good. Red seals on kings on... so what's the build typically? It's like steel, king with red seal, and then baron, and then it's like you just max that out in your deck as much as you can. Oh, and add polychrome on top of it, and you can do crazy bonker shit with it. Celestial. If I get the planet one, then this is one piece of a complete kit. This one right here. I actually really fucking love this card. The Constellation one, every time that you get a unique, or every time that you play a planet card and it adds to your score, this thing gets 0.1, it's 0.1 added to a stacking multiplier. I fucking love this card right here. I love it so much more whenever I have things like Celestial that are there, making it to where this one makes every planet and Celestial pack free. Really good. I actually think that's pretty fucking good. I like doing a build like this around it. You know, yeah. Okay, I'm going to snag a couple of these. This one in combination with the tarot card is quite good. The only reason why this one is worse, I think, probably than Vagabond, is because this only triggers at the start of the round, whereas Vagabond is any hand that you play as long as your hand is, or as long as you have less than $4. This is a really good one. It's automatic. You don't have to think too much about it. If you do something like this right here, it can be even better for you, but like Vagabond also does that right there. Yeah. You're just going to go with Vagabond instead. I'm going to pick a few that I think are like really quick and easy to get. Cavendish, ×3 molt. Cool. If you can get it, it's fucking great. And it's cheap. And it's there. Yeah. That's about it. This Joker, you sell it, you get a double tag so that whenever you skip the next round, that molt applies, or that tag applies twice. Instead of explaining that one a whole lot, it's good. If you can get a shitload of negatives to stack up, this one can make or break a run. I say make or break. It can just make a run really good. Yeah. It's here. The soda bottle thing. It's all right. Oh, there we go. There you are. Okay. DNA. It copies the first hand that you play if the hand is only one card. So you play one card, you throw the hand out, it'll give you a duplicate of it. This one also directly interacts with Blueprint and Brainstorm. I think that this one is actually... I would rather have DNA than Cavendish. I think that they can increase Cavendish's odds of appearing, and I still think I would prefer DNA. Yeah. Which takes me to the banana. The banana that you break, or the... What is it? Groma shell. So this is a plus 15 molt, and it has a 1 out of 4 chance of expiring at the end of the round. If it expires, that's how you unlock Cavendish. So then you have to find Cavendish later. For the time that you have it, the 15 molt is nice. But you don't build a build around this card. It's here. You take it if you can get it. 1 in 6 chance, you think? Okay. I think it might be 1 in 4, but you might be right there. It's here. It gets you going, but like, just be aware this thing is going to bust. And then you might see Cavendish later. Might see Cavendish. There's other stuff that I think makes it way easier to pop off than all that. If I get it and it's free, cool. I get it. I mentioned this earlier, and I'm glad I stopped to do this one. Hologram. There's way too many ways to make this card absolutely fuck. Okay, so with hologram, it's anytime that you add a card to your deck, this one increases its molt by 0.1. So, it increases its molt multiplier by 0.1. This one starts out as a 1 times molt. Okay, so what happens is, compared to everything else that can give you multiplying molt that scales based off of you doing a thing, this is the easiest one to trigger out of everything in the game. Cryptid from the Spectral packs fucking gives you 2 extra... it increases this by 2, right? That's going to ping it. Certificate of Authenticity will ping this. Where's the stone guy? Not this one. There's a stone Joker. Yes, this one adds a stone card to your deck. This is okay, but whenever you combine it with the hologram, if you don't want the stones in there, hangman them, right? Get them out of there later. But for the time being, just adding the card to your deck is incredible. Realize if you get blueprint and then you get DNA and then you get this guy, you are adding in high quality fucking cards every single time, and it's increasing your molt chance. This is probably one of the best molts in the entire game. I've played so many rounds of this. I have gold stake with 10 out of the 14 decks or something like that. Whatever. If I get this one, I immediately shift my build over to make this one work as well as I can. And all the other pieces to make it really good are pretty easy to get too. I feel like if I want to get Certificate of Authenticity and I'm hunting for it, I'll probably find it. Same with the stone. DNA is a little bit rare. Blueprint feels like it's a little bit more rare. But everything else to make this one pop off, pretty cake. And just buy packs of cards. Just keep buying packs of cards. You get more. I fucking love this one. Blue chip is the blue joker is okay at getting you started. You don't carry it into your entire run. Yeah, this is another case of like, it's okay to get you started. Otherwise, you're going to forget it. I hate Campfire. I hate Campfire so much. Campfire is like... So, it's another molt one, right? A multiplier. But what you have to do is you have to keep selling cards, selling stuff in order to keep getting this multiplier to keep going up. And then it resets at the end of it's either the end of the round or after a boss fight. I think it's after the boss fight. If it's after the boss fight, this one's okay. If it was after the round, it would be down here. I think that this is one of the worst rares in the entire game. I get so frustrated trying to use it. I've seen people using it, and it looks not fun to use. If you get Perkio, there's a really easy way that you can just keep making negative shit to sell with this. But, like, why not do the even cooler thing of stockpiling it to where you don't have to think as much about constantly fueling the campfire, and you just have a bunch of planets that sit there, and you don't have to... I hate how much you have to work for this card. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's abysmal. Castle... +3 chips just is not enough. This one, if you discard a certain suit, and the suit changes every round, you get +3 chips that adds onto this one, and it scales up. Very meh. I don't fuck with this one. The bull on money high runs, this one's actually kind of alright. For the most part, I kind of forget about it, and it's in the same kind of round as Bootstraps. Card Shark is... I'm not upset if I get Card Sharp. If you've already played the hand, then the hand that you are playing right now... Sorry. Let's say I play a full house right now, and I've already played a full house in the round. This one will make sure that... this one makes it to where that full house has a ×3 multiplier. It's good. It's good. Well, yeah. I would rather have this... My only problem with this one, yeah, if you're going for a single hand type build, then yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm going to put it at the bottom of A, actually. I don't think it's terrible. Oh, there we go. There's my food. Ooh, this could be a tricky one. Man, we all thought Hack was a fucking god tier card. I used to never skip Hack, and now I feel like okay. Yeah, I feel like if I get Hack these days, I more often I sell it. It replays all 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s? Oh, hang on, there we go. One sec. All right. Whoever said it in chat, thank you so much for suggesting a hero. God damn, that's good. Okay. The prisoner or whatever it was. You get rid of your discards, but you get +3 hands. It can be okay. This one can be okay. It's a little funny. If you're going with this and green card, the green Joker, that's pretty goddamn good, honestly. And with that, let me say this. Green is... I think green's an underdog, man. I don't know. Like, I've seen some people that think that like green Joker is just like the worst. So what this is every time you play a card, +1 mult. Every time you discard a card, it gets rid of 1 mult. If you have green card or the green Joker and the prisoner, you're pretty well set up to go into some crazy stuff. You just got to work on it a little bit. Most likely need some other support as well. If you go with like boom, 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 you're looking pretty good. Even with the DNA copy in there, yeah. I like green card just as like a flat mult one. Actually, I think out of all of them, it's one of my favorites to see in here because I don't have to work super hard to like make it worth it. A part of me also thinks that I prefer green card over Fibonacci. I don't know. If you play Balatro, that might be, you might know why I think that's a little bit of a hot take, but yeah. Okay, this one should go down here. Oh my God, this is way too good. Okay, invisible or spectral. You sell it, it becomes a copy of another Joker. It's like Blueprint. It's just good. You can double up on a different Joker. Typically what it tends to be though is I'll get this one and I want to get it way early. I feel like if I get this one later on, it's so tempting. If I get it really early on, this is cool. It's probably a win maker because I can double up on something else I already picked up that was really good. Getting this super late, yes, it doesn't feel worth it. But it is here. It is strong. Holy shit, there's so many on here. Pants. I think pants are right up there in the top of A. Essentially, if the hand that you're playing has 2 pair, add 2 mult. This scales so fucking well. It is so good. If I'm doing a build, I don't know what it is about playing 2 pair stuff. 2 pair, right? Full house. 2 pair, full house. Whatever you're doing, it's fun. It's easy. This one, building it isn't a chore. I like pants. Yeah. 4-finger discount. Or 4 fingers. The strength of this one is turning like nothing burger straights into like flush straights or straight flushes. Rando shit into royal flushes. It's there. It's good. I know that the mechanic is good. You only have to play 4 for any flush or any straight. It's good. Yeah, it's easier to make both of them. If you combine that with this boy right here, the runner, I think the runner or hiker. Or no, wait, sorry, I'm wrong on that one. This guy. Okay. Here, I'll address these two real quick. Okay, hiker upgrades all your cards that you play. You play a card, it makes it to where for the rest of the game, +5 chips. Okay, not bad. If you get this one, and you get anything that replays cards, repeats cards, does anything like that, this one can go pretty insane. All straights add 15 chips to this card for the rest of the game. All straights plus 15 chips. Every single hand that follows it up afterwards. If you play with Plasma Deck, this is a god tier card. This is, if you go Plasma Deck, this one better be, it's up here. It's at least, yeah. You focus on straights. If you go this one, Plasma Deck is one. It's so easy after that. Okay. Speaking of, whenever it came to the repeats, this is one of the other repeats that we're going to talk about. Ballot card, it repeats the first card that you play in the hand 3 times. I actually think that this one is a fucking kingmaker. Repeat all lucky cards to get you a bunch of extra money. Repeat all mult to get you just more fucking points. Repeat all chips. This is such a flexible card. And this can lead into building you so many other things. Repeat Bloodstone. I would rather have this than Bloodstone. I'm just being honest. I'd rather have this than that. Here's where I start to get a little bit like, I'm going to say this. I would rather have this than Fibonacci, because Fibonacci isn't really all that strong unless you have Ballot. Once you do, this card pops off. I can't get Obelisk to work. This card frustrates the shit out of me. I have seen a lot of people that say that this one is just incredible. I'm sick of it. The whatever Joker. Wait, there's no Joker in here. This guy sucks. I think this might be the worst card. I hate this one so much. Half Joker. Here, I did a bad job of explaining that one. This one is as many empty slots as you have for other Jokers. This one gets a +1 times to mult. So, I'll give you an example. If I have 5 Joker slots and I put this, and I have this guy, that means, well, you would think I have 5 times the Jokers, or 5 times mult, which sounds really fucking good. It's not. You can't add anything to this to start, like, if I have another card that's giving me flat mult for this to multiply, then I'm losing out on the multiplier. This is also one of the only Jokers that counts against itself. So, like, that ×5 mult is just a ×4 mult, which is good, but, like, fuck this card. I don't know. I want to make it a negative and then just, like, maybe then, I don't know. I hate playing around this card so much. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen Cloud9 do some okay stuff. Yeah, I'll put it there. Every 9 in your deck, you get an extra $1 at the end of the round. It's not terrible. Yeah. Chalkboard, or blackboard. Okay. This one. I feel like I really have to work to make Chalkboard work. Chalkboard is if all the cards that you have held in your hand are spades or clubs, then you get a ×3 mult to whatever you just played. I have to think about it too much. It's here. It's fun. It's fun. It's a fun idea. But I don't think it really needs to be any higher up than C. Half Joker. If you play 3 or less cards, +20 mult. This is okay for a starter. Yeah, it's pretty easy to keep this one in. I eventually sell it off, though, the moment that I get anything that looks even slightly more appealing. The dice doubles all your chances, like the 1 in 4 turns into a 2 in 4. 1 in 6 turns into a 2 in 6, yada, yada, yada. This is a very particular card. I really only get this one where I'm super thinking about it whenever there's another card that's an S tier that I'm trying to build up. And that card is Lucky Cat. I think that Lucky Cat is so close to being the best card in the game. Lucky Cat it's another scalar, similar to this over here with hologram. But the thing is, I just don't really get hologram or holograph all that often. Or I don't get Lucky Cat as often as I can get this one. If I get this one, I am shocked, honestly, that this one's still a common. But Lucky Cat. Anytime that I play a Lucky card, if it triggers, this one upgrades by 0.25. Now, 1.25 alone is already really good. Lucky Cat, there are world records right now where people are trying to see how high up they can get a Lucky Cat to score. Let me go find one real quick, because this is going to be hilarious. And it lets me eat something real quick. Lucky Cat. World record Balatro. Yep. Here. Is this the world record? Oh wait, this is where's next level Lucky Cat world record attempt. All right, let me see.
Resume play, everyone. Maybe I'll just disable oops all sixes.
Yeah. So you see how it's upgrading every single time?
Oh, yeah, wait, I needed it to...
So all of his kings are lucky cards. Okay. Every time the lucky card triggers, this thing gets upgraded right here. He did have the die going on for this one.
Silly.
Oof.
I should have played the hand to win there, huh? I kind of already gave up.
Every time...
GG. It was fun.
Oh, what does he have it at?
What's your favorite song from the Beast? I mean, like that is...
Hang on, let me see.
Where is Cat now? 126.
126 is insane.
A Polyspace Joker?
It is one of the few cards that can get up that high, and reasonably does. So if you want to get into the stratosphere doing some absolutely busted shit, you start appreciating what Lucky Cat can do for you. Love Lucky Cat. Eris? Oh, yeah, it's like one of the planet cards that you can unlock if you play the particular hand that it's associated with. Yeah. You only unlock the planet card, though, if you do something weird like a flush 5 or flush house and stuff like that. Oh my god, can we get through this? Mime. Cards held in hand retrigger. This one's okay. It's okay. If you combine it with Baron, it's okay. Yeah. I think even Stevens I put up here is like, yeah, it's pretty good to get you going. The reroll is funny. The reroll is kind of funny. That's about it. Every time that you reroll, this one gets +2 to malt. I just don't like playing with it. Gift card. Gift card. Here's the big perk to gift card, okay? If you take gift card, the thing that you're looking for isn't necessarily to always go like swashbuckler. If you go gift card and you get swashbuckler, where are you? Yeah. If you go gift card and you get swashbuckler, these two cards can make for a pretty decent build. But the real strength to gift card is in what it does to temperance. So the temperance tarot card gives you money equal to the total value of all of your jokers. I have gone in with a negative gift card and had temperances that were popping off for like $200. And I just get to sit there in the shop and keep refreshing, picking up a new temperance. And the gift card can go fucking buck wild. Even more so if you get like an egg in there somewhere. If you get a negative egg with a gift card, you need to go with a money run. That's just the game screaming at you, go with a money run. I'll pick up the egg though, just like to have it. Once it gets up there a little bit, I'll still sell it. There's no reason not to really get it unless you're just full on cards. Yeah. Hit the road, Jack. I actually really hate this card. This is every time you discard a Jack, this one goes up in Molt, resets at the end of the round. So frustrating to work with. Mad Joker. Okay. At early levels, you might think that this Joker is like abysmal. It does something really interesting, but at the cost of it kills one of your other Jokers. This one gets a +1 to Molt multiplier, but it has to kill another Joker. So, where this gets good is with Eternal Jokers. If you have a lot of Eternal Jokers that you really like, you build into that, you pick up Madman, or whatever this one is. It's pretty alright. Very build dependent, though. I prefer it here. Yeah. 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 I think it makes sense for him to go right here. In certain builds, this one is an absolute run winner. Otherwise, it's okay. Just make sure you have your Eternals, and it's all cool. I like Shortcut. It's cute, but it's cute. You can form straights by skipping. So it's like, instead of ace 2, 3, 4, 5, now it's like ace 3, 4, 5, 6, or ace 3, 5, 7, 8, right? So you can skip some of them in between. Yeah, this has strong pro ZD energy. Welcome to Balatro. Again, not bad. It's there, but yeah, okay. Just because he just came up and I'm yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, here, let me get this one up here. Ooh. Yeah, I would probably... I honestly, though, having a Vagabond... If you have Vagabond... I don't know. I think Vagabond helps to make Hologram work. In some ways. Not really, though. It does help you clean up your hands. Perkio makes Vagabond better. Yeah, that's the way I would look at it. Okay. Class card. Every time it breaks, you increase the Molt. I don't fuck with it. This is too much to make work out. Ice Cream is decent to get you started out. You're eventually going to sell it anyways, though. And Ice Cream runs out after like 10 hands. Diamond's okay. Yeah, gets you some extra cash. Every diamond card that you play, it gives you $1. Okay. Gold ticket. Every time that you play a gold card, you get $4. Okay. Takes a little bit of setup to make work, but I want to talk about this combo that can get absolutely absurd. And that is, you take Vampire. I think Vampire probably deserves to be up here. And then you take Gold Mask. Or minus whatever. Okay. So, here's the play on this one. What you do is the Midas Mask, whatever this is, this makes all face cards that you play gold. And what Vampire does is it eats the enchantment off of any card that you put on it. So, Midas Mask, if you play any card that's a face card, this is where Paradoia can come in. This is all cards are considered face cards. So you go Paradoia, Mask, Vampire, and then suddenly you're able to get some like really crazy multiplier stuff going on. But it takes a lot of work to get going, and Lucky Cat's already doing better shit than that. And I just have a better time playing with the Constellation cards. Plus it's eating enchantments, and enchantments are really good. Like, the bonuses of like Lucky Card, Mult, they're really good. I don't know. I like Vampire, but yeah, that's a little bit frustrating. Face card or Scary Face. Scary Face is good. I'll pick it up if I need to like get through a couple runs, but get through a couple rounds. Generally, I kind of treat it the same way I treat the ice cream cone. This club card is okay. If you have a club and another suit, it multiplies it by 2, I think. Yeah. Sock and Buskin, right? Replays all face cards. This can be good. This can be really, really good. But, you know, it's only face cards. If you were playing every single face card and you got Vampire and you've got all this other shit to set it up, maybe it's even better. But Sock and Buskin in general is just kind of alright. I used to think this motherfucker was like throwback. I used to think that this was like one of the scary, awesomest jokers in the entire game. Turns out, this guy's pretty dog water. So, the way that throwback works, if you have skipped any round, right? So in Balatro, what you can do is, before you determine that you're playing for the round, you can skip it. And skipping it can give you certain bonuses as well. You have to play the boss rounds. You can't skip those. But if you skip a round, it's not always good to be doing that, but you can, okay? What Throwback does is it gives you 1.25 mult anytime you skip. And it's retroactive. I used to think that this was scary, scary good. And after playing it a lot, I actually really like playing the rounds because it means that all my other shit that can scale up, like pants right here, I can actually play that. And the scaling keeps adding. It keeps getting better. Whereas with Throwback, I have to keep skipping. And it's this whole frustrating back and forth. Yeah. I prefer pants. I honestly, yeah, everything that you see up on top of here, I have tried to make this card feel really good. I would take anything up above it now these days after having fiddled with it as much as I have. Throwback is just obnoxious. You play a 6, this one destroys it and gives you a spectral card is okay. This one everybody knows probably needs a buff. The spectral cards are good, but it's a random one. If it was a spectral pack, maybe we're really talking. But it's too complicated to really want to make work. And each time that you destroy a 6, it means that 6s are less likely to show back up. So it kind of turns into this thing where you're hunting down where your last 6s are. And that gets pretty obnoxious too. So I don't even remember what this guy is called. Third Eye, maybe? Oh, duh, 6th Sense. Yeah. This queen one, it gives you extra mult if you're holding a queen in your hand. Okay. Okay. Face card, kind of in a similar situation. You play a face card, or smiley face, there we go. It gives you +4 to mult. Or +5 to mult. I think it got buffed. Yeah, I pick it up to start it out. Don't end your run with it. Red card. How is this not the worst Joker in the entire game? How has anybody in chat? Anybody? Can anybody make a good argument for why red card isn't the most dog shit Joker put into the entire game? What this Joker does, it starts out at 0, okay? It gives you mult. So you multiply your chips by this, right? But the way that this one accrues mult is that you have to first buy a pack of cards and then skip the cards. So this is like tarot cards, this is like your celestial packs, this is like your whatever you want to get, your Joker packs, all that stuff. You have to buy the pack, and then once you have the pack, seeing what's in the pack, you have to skip it. You have to skip it to get 3 mult on this card right here. Red card is the fucking worst. I would literally rather have any other card I'm seeing right now in my setup. It's not that this one hurts me. It just doesn't do anything. Well, no, it does hurt you because you have to skip it to make it worth it. Yeah, fuck this card. Absolutely fuck this card. The deli, what is it? This is the loyalty card, right? I never play with it. I never screw with it. I don't remember what it does because I haven't really played with it much. But I just remember it. It's never appealing. Oh, this dude. I can't remember its name right now, but I can remember its effect. Whenever you pick up a card, or whenever you open a pack, there's like a 1 out of 50 chance that this one gives you a tarot card for free. It's okay. It's hallucination. There we go. I was trying to remember the name of it. So it's okay. It's another way for you to get more tarot cards. I'll probably pick it up with Swashbuckler. Yeah, it's around here. It's an okay one. Steel is okay. If you have a lot of steel cards, sure, it's here. It's okay. Trading card can be fun to play around with. You discard a card. If it's the first, number one, it's your first discard. Number two, it's the only card you discarded right there. It destroys the card and gives you $3. Turns out thinning your deck is really, really good in this game. Like, really good. So, it's even better if you discard it, you get the money for that, and it's just gone. And you don't have to fuck with it for the rest of the game. Awesome. I like trading card a lot. It's never going to wind up in my final hand. Like, I'm never going to beat the game with this in hand, but all along the way, this is actually doing quite a lot of work for me. If I have trading card in Kano, where this one's trying to get rid of, every time I discard a face card, it increases the mult or does whatever, this is really fucking good. If I can destroy as many face cards with this thing, there's absolutely a crazy setup with that. But yeah, I like trading card. I think it's cute. I'm going to get a couple of them that are just like, it gets you going at the start. That's about it. But you never sell these. Or sorry, you sell them later, eventually, right? You need to go get working on session prep. Hey, later, Phosphoria. So the ones that I'm going to rank right now are just me putting them up here to kind of get them, let you know these are okay to start with, okay? Walkie-talkie 10s and 4s give you plus 10 chips, plus 4 mult. It's okay. Odd Todd. Odd chips, or odd numbers give you plus 31 chips. I think that's it. You know what? That's not fair to Odd Todd. I'd rather have Odd Todd in hand. Yeah, these two are fun. Popcorn, plus 20 mult, lowers by 4 each round until 0, and then it disappears. It gets you started. That's a good little starter card. Stunt Man is hard to work with. Faceless is nothing. You discard 3 face cards, you get like $5. It's not worth fucking with. Alexander LB, hey, welcome. Yeah, starter one. You play a flush, you get an extra something on mult. Okay, it's there. A lot of these are going to fall into that same category here. We're just going to move these like up in here. The 4 is more difficult to play than those. Erosion's interesting. These are in a similar situation. You play the suit, it gives you an additional mult. All of these are going to be... Here, we'll actually do this. The only reason I put the hearts up a little bit higher is because Bloodstone had some fun shit with that. Yeah. Okay, Showman. This one's tricky to get really going off for you. Start of your round, if you have the spots for them, this one adds 2 common jokers to your hand. Okay. This is another aces give you plus mult plus points. It's there. Okay. Ooh, plus 1 hand or hand size juggler. It's good. It's good to have it here. I would rather have it than pretty much all of these. Yeah, it feels good right there. Satellite's an interesting one. Each unique planet card you have played during the game gets you plus $1 at the end of the round. It's okay. I would actually put it at the top of C. Seltzer can make some rounds go fucking super cake. Replay all cards replay all cards again for 10 hands. Kind of good. These okay, so the pair ×2 if you play a pair. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty easy to make it pop off. Sure, we'll put it up here. ×4 if you play a 4 of a kind, I think is a little bit harder. Might be easier. Might be easier if you're doing a lot of death and deck thinning. Plus or ×3 if you play a straight, it's a little bit easier to make that one pop off. But yeah. The flush one ×2 if you play a flush. It's either ×2 or ×3. I'm pretty sure it's ×3. I'll take it up here. Yeah, I'll take it over the banana. I'll take it over the madman. Yes. I would rather have Yorick than flush, yeah. Erosion, each card that you remove from your deck, each card that you destroy from your deck, or whatever, starts adding into the mult on this. So if I have like 40 cards that I start out with in my deck, and I brought it down to like 30, it's like a plus 40 to mult. It's actually kind of good. I'm sure like some people have hyper thinned decks to make erosion look really, really sick. I'll experiment with it sometime. Matador just doesn't work. This card, don't get it. Don't get it. This needs to probably just get removed from the game. It's just woof. Good starter with ramen. Hello, Amelia. Good starter with ramen. And this is probably the best of the like, let me get you out of the rough like starter phase of the game kind of cards. Go on, Amelia. Okay. Luchador, anytime that you... What is it? No, Matador is anytime you play a card that would trigger the boss blind, you get $8. And then Luchador is sell this card to untrigger the boss blind. What? +4 mult. This is a decent starter. +4 mult. Super cake. Alright, that just reminded me of this one. Wee Joker. Anytime I see Wee Joker, I am insanely happy. Wee Joker, I'm gonna put here. So what Wee Joker does is anytime you play a 2, this card increases its value by 8 chips. Now, what you can do with this is, you've probably heard this a little bit. So like this card right here re-triggers. And this is anytime you just play a 2. Everything else that's getting you chips is like that accumulates in chips is like requiring a bit more of a special interaction. This one right here, you have to play a straight. Okay. This one down here, you have to discard a certain suit. It can be a little bit complicated to actually work out with it, right? This one is just play a 2. And that's anytime you play a 2. So you can re-trigger your 2s, and this card still keeps getting better. Wee Joker is like the best chip accumulator in the entire game. It's so fucking good, and oh my god, Wee Joker is hilarious. +4 gold at the end of turn. +1 discard. I think I put this one up here somewhere. 4. These are all just basics. Postcard. It's whatever. Okay, Merry Joker. -1 to hand size, +3 discards. It's actually really good. If you go with a discard based build, this is actually like a must pick up. It's not that I want to pick this up on every single one. I just know that it's good. I would rather have Certificate of Authenticity. But I'm not mad if I see this one. Okay, the Socialist Joker. if you can get rid of a lot of the stuff that's on the lower end of the scoring spectrum, like, you know, your 2s, your 3s, and all that stuff, this one can be pretty good. It's easy to get you out of, like, the very bottom of the barrel, like, starting of a run, but you're typically not ending a run with it. Kidney Bean, increase your hand size by 5, and then decreases by 1 each round. This is good. Not much more to say about it. If you're trying to find particular cards to increase your build, or, like, build into other shit, pick up Kidney Bean. The whole reason this is here, and the whole reason that it deteriorates, is to make sure that your other jokers keep building up. Get Kidney Bean early, sell it off later on, you know, whatever. But yeah, this one's going to scale up. It's going to do wonders for you. This one's okay. Base malt. Every time you play a club, you get +8 to malt. It's a direct upgrade to this one right here. God, misprint. I'm happier to see misprint as my starter, because misprint is total luck and it's hilarious. So misprint will give you a random bonus mult anywhere from 0 to like 23, and it's changing constantly. And it's funny. More often than not, it's more helpful. You're probably going to get rid of it, but like in the early game, you're happy to see it. Rocket Ship, I think, is actually kind of good. If I went into a bit more of a money-hungry run, I'm probably going to pick up Rocket Ship almost every time. Yeah, I'm actually kind of happy to see Rocket Ship and keep it in my hand for a while. Yeah, I'll keep it there. It just keeps getting better. You keep getting more gold, or you keep getting more gold. You keep getting more money at the end of the rounds. That's about it. Okay. The Mr. Bones, the skeleton dude. I think that this is actually abysmal. If you're going to lose the round, you lose the round. You lose it, start up another one, right? With this one, it's supposed to be, if you lose the round, you survive it instead, but you lose this joker. The problem is, this one doesn't always work. So the number one thing is, I thought, I tested this out, and I can confirm that this does not work. If you make it all the way to the final ENnie and lose while this is in your hand, you still always lose. So this card is pointless up to a certain point in the game. This card is pointless at a certain point in the game. There's so many other things you could be doing. Don't pick this one up. Just learn the game. Learn the game. It's not even a crutch. It's just a stupid, silly card. Don't grab it. Mystic's alright. There's certain builds that this conflicts with. If you have 0 discards, you have a +15 to mult. This one can be good. I tend to sell it, though. The trigger is not hard to make pop off. You literally just get rid of all your discards. That's okay. But it's not a mainstay for any build that I ever do. The photograph thing is okay. If you can get it to replay, this card's probably pretty damn good. Photograph is okay. I'd probably put it right here. It's ×2 mult for the first face card that you play. So what you can do is what this really means is the first face card that you play multiplies by 2. Okay? So if I play a king, 8, queen, jack, whatever, and I have this card in hand, every time that first king replays, it multiplies the mult by 2. It's actually pretty good. It is pretty good. It's just weird. Square. I hate Square card. Square Joker, if you play exactly 4 cards in hand, this one increases by 4 chips. I think that's right. This needs to be at least 8 chips to be worth anything. I have never played this card and felt good about it afterwards. If it was like 16 chips, I'd still feel like this one's a little bit underwhelming. But yeah, this one would need a buff. Yeah. Showman's cool. It's a way that you can get potentially duplicates of another card without having to do any of the like reselling or anything like that, duplicating, whatever. Showman's here. You do have to buy the card, but you know, 3 of a kind in hand adds it's 3 times to molt. I actually think that this one is a little bit better than the pair. I tend to be able to see, like, if I have a pair, most often I probably got a 3 of a kind. It's not too much harder for me to make a 3 of a kind. This is here. Reserve parking. If you have face cards in hand, each one has like a 1 in 4 chance of giving you plus $1. Okay. I like the Troubadour. Plus 2 to hand size, minus 1 discard, I think. Something like that. I like it. It's easier to build around. Astronaut is 1 in 4 chance of upgrading the hand you just played. Tends to be more often than not. Everyone's talked about this. This card feels like it just hates everybody. Each time that you play, add the number of times that you have played the hand to your molt for Constellation. I don't remember if that's right. This one's okay. It's okay. It's so slow to get started. And if you're going with like one particular hand that you're just like, aha, I'm only playing a pair the entire time I'm doing this run, then sure, this one's okay. But even at the end, you're talking about like maybe plus 20 to 30 molt. And there's other cards that were out doing that at the first ENnie. It's okay. Stone Joker, the number of stones that you have in your deck add more chips onto this thing. Don't play with it. This ace, if you form a straight in either direction with an ace, it adds a tarot card. It could add 2 tarot cards, and I would still be like, oh, okay, that's here. In abandoned deck, this one is up here in like A, maybe S. This one keeps adding to molt for each hand that you play, but if you play a face card, it resets it. So frustrating. I don't like that one much at all. Investment's okay, or to the moon, I think. It's okay. It gives you more money for your investments, for your interest. There we go. That's about it. Yeah, if you go with the money build, maybe that's better. To-do list is okay. You get money from completing certain hands. I play a pair. I play a... Yeah, I'll put it up here. This one's a decent starter. Idle, I keep hearing people say that this one's incredible. I think if you thin your hand down, maybe... or you thin your deck down, maybe this one is actually really crazy good, but I get frustrated with this one. I've seen people absolutely make it pop off. That makes me think that this one is like way up higher on, but yeah, I tend to think it's a little bit meh. This one, decent starter. We're almost done here. Seance. This one's so tricky for me to feel like I like trying to make it work. You get a spectral card if you play a straight flush. Smeared Joker, all hearts count as diamonds, and all diamonds count as hearts. All spades count as clubs, and all clubs count as spades. This is funny. If you get this one to work, it makes a lot of other shit really easy to make work. This is not a big point maker, but it makes other big point makers way easier. If you get this in negative, this is so funny. This one can absolutely dick you over, though, if you get to a lot of the boss blinds that are like, all diamonds are debuffed. Oh, that sucks, you know. But this is cute. Okay, I actually really like Smeared. And then the last one we've got the Splash. There's better cards than this. Every card that you play counts towards scoring. There's better cards you could be picking up than this. God, yeah, I'd say this is even worse than the one reroll. This one's just boring. It's here. It's okay. Yeah. Ooh, oh, okay. All right. Oh my god. Now, dude, if you haven't played Balatro yet, go give it a shot. This game fucking rocks. I don't know. In chat, is there anything? Because I know I saw like Ben Bun. There were a couple of people that were kind of talking about it. Is there anything that I absolutely fucked up? Because I think this is like essentially dead on. With the exception of some people being a little bit out of sorts about the order and everything. But anywho, with that, oh, okay, I've got food here. I'm gonna eat, and then I got a gig at 7. So to everybody, hope you all have a great day. And everyone, gosh, Mr. Balatro. Gotcha. To everybody, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. 1.5 will be coming out soon, and yeah, we'll get going from there. Everybody, have a good one, and I will talk to you.